Boy, that's terrible. Doesn't make it brighter. Is that better?
Especially out-of-state investors, still face a high risk of unauthorized occupancy. Seattle, Washington. In Seattle, eviction bans and tenant protections can shield squatters posing as tenants. Proving trespassing is difficult, especially if fake leases are presented, so homeowners must act fast to avoid legal limbo. New York City, New York. In New York City, anyone occupying property for 30 days can gain tenant rights, forcing owners into lengthy eviction processes while often covering utilities for squatters. Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta faces a squatting surge with 1,200 homes taken over. Fake leases delay police action, forcing owners into long civil cases while squatters stay rent-free. Los Angeles. Los Angeles tenant-friendly laws make evictions costly and slow, often exceeding $10,000, allowing squatters to exploit delays and remain in properties rent-free for extended periods. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. In Philadelphia, vacant row homes attract squatters, leading some owners to pay up to $2,000 in cash for keys deals, as legal battles are lengthy and the burden falls on homeowners. Portland, Oregon. Portland's renter protections can shield squatters, sometimes forcing owners to pay relocation fees. Lengthy eviction processes, including potential jury trials, create costly delays for homeowners. Chicago, Illinois. Chicago's tenant-friendly laws and winter eviction bans make removing squatters difficult. Backlogs and seasonal restrictions can leave homeowners unable to access their properties for weeks or months. Washington, D.C. In D.C., tenant protections and complex eviction rules allow squatters to delay removal for months, with homeowners' mistakes potentially restarting the process, while occupants often get free legal aid. Newark, New Jersey. In Newark, tenant-friendly laws and court backlogs let squatters stay indefinitely, even after landlords win possession, as removal can be delayed for weeks. That's rising, and it's going up and down, and its color's good. Wow, when you guys make your money here, how do you guys get your product?
Well, that I'll let you guys have your imagination on that.
How long have you been here on Skid Row for? We're gonna go talk to people around here. Skid Row. They're just waking up this morning, so I think they'll be in spirits right now. Hop in the car, grab red, do it like $40 straight. So here on Skid Row, when did this all start? About back in the 80s or the late 80s. Here. Here. Very important. Guys, that's all right now. How do we know that he is still alive and that he doesn't still call us good motions on this session as well? But so right here we have a bet lead. We got $80,000 car right here, and we're right now. They're just waking up this morning, so I think they'll be in spirits right now. Hop in the car, we'll meet that red, and we'll do it like $40 straight. But here on Skid Row, when did this all start happening? About back in the
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hi,
Is anybody
Julie.
else on the call?
Oh, not yet. It takes a while.
Gotcha.
Usually
Okay.
it kind of fills up till 6. What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Florida. So
Oh,
yeah, it's about 8:45 my time. I thought I was running a little bit behind.
well, that's okay.
And
How
where are
long
you
you?
located?
Oh, I'm in LA. Well,
Oh, okay.
how long you been in Florida?
About 18 years. I used
Oh,
to live in Pennsylvania and work in New York many years ago.
yeah. Did you get used to the weather?
Well, you know what? I was born in Miami originally and spent the first 10 years down here. Never really got used to living up north. I lived in Massachusetts, went to college in upstate New York, and then lived in Pennsylvania, worked in New York, and I never got used to the winters. So it was nice getting back down south.
No, no more. What you say? I'm from New York,
Mhm.
but now I'm living in LA. I don't think people know what galoshes are.
Right. Well, yeah, no, and I used to work in Manhattan. I went to
Yeah.
college in Alfred, New York. I don't know if you ever heard of that. It's a tiny little place, but it was a good school, and that was a shock for me. It's north of Binghamton between Buffalo and Rochester.
Oh yeah, snow,
Oh yeah.
snow.
I remember it snowed like a foot on Halloween, and I thought, what did I get myself into that it's already this much snow? And the semester just started, and then it didn't stop from there. Um, so yeah, I don't miss the cold winters. I ceremoniously threw out my ice scraper when I drove into Florida when I was
But now you still now. So all you got now is
moving down at the
alligator.
Welcome Center. I tossed it in the garbage.
Yeah. Now you got just boa
Alligators,
constrict.
hurricanes, and Florida
Yeah.
man.
Wait.
Hmm.
Well, you got alligators and boa constrictors and hot weather and
Oh,
mosquitoes.
we have Nile crocodiles, we have monitor lizards, we have lionfish, we have just about every crazy imported species, exotic reptile that you could imagine in Florida. We actually, they just announced, I think it was last year, that we have a breeding population of Nile crocodiles in the Everglades now, um, because enough of them were released where they're now, able to find each other and procreate.
So what is the difference? You've been there a while. So what's the definition difference between an alligator and a crocodile?
Well, they're different animals. The crocodiles in Florida is actually one of the few states in the country where alligators and crocodiles have always existed side by side. Crocodiles are saltwater, alligators are freshwater, but it's not a guarantee if you see one in one body of water versus the other. Um, the crocodiles have much more narrow snouts. Alligators have very blunt, rounded snouts. And in general, alligators are a lot less aggressive than crocodiles are. Crocodiles tend to be more territorial. And, you know, if you see an alligator, they'll walk right past you. They'll mind their own business. They're really only a problem if you know, get in the water with them and you don't see where they are. But people go canoeing and such with with the alligators down here, where they don't mingle as well as with the crocodiles. Those are the ones that'll come after you.
Yeah, they're bigger too.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Florida crocodiles are smaller than alligators, but yeah, the
Yeah,
Nile crocodiles are much bigger.
yeah,
So,
right. How'd they get there? Jesus. That's a
uh,
long swim coming from the Nile all the way to
right.
Florida.
Florida is one of those states where you can import a lot of exotic animals to keep as pets. And unfortunately, what happens is people get tired of them. They outgrow their enclosures. They realize that they're expensive or unpredictable. And we have the Everglades, we have all the forest land, and they just take them outside and dump them in the wild. And the ones that make it turn into a real mess.
Right. I mean, it was, oh, I got to let one more person in. Oh, Jim is here. Okay.
All right.
You may know Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows Jim. Okay. But I mean, did you ever see that movie, Jurassic Park?
Oh, yeah.
And the guy, the skinny guy, what's his name? I'm losing names
Jeff
these days.
Goldblum.
Yeah, it's one of the best lines in any movie. Life will find a way.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. And it's so true down here. We have everything. Every couple of months we get some new species of animal and they're always toxic or they're painful. We have caterpillars that will fall out of trees and burn your skin and leave blisters, and we've got these slugs that have some kind of a toxic plasm that they leave behind them, and all kinds of things that get imported down here.
Boy, I mean, we got to send down some script writers from Hollywood. This is the
Hmm.
new things to cover
They got
Oh
in
Ron
yeah.
terms of like
DeSantis.
Yeah. Well,
Rob
oh, there's
DeSantis, right?
plenty of drama in Florida. Yeah, I was gonna say you don't need the animals.
That's
Um,
right.
and then you mix that with a lot of heat and liberal access to alcohol, and that's the reason that we have Florida, man.
So, just out of curiosity, are you on the east or the west coast? I guess you sound like, well, you grew up in Miami, or you
I'm Boca Raton area, so yeah, I'm on the East Coast.
on the east coast.
Mhm.
Okay,
But my
right.
parents live in Naples, so they're on the Gulf Coast. Very, very different worlds.
Yeah, that's Naples. Is that close to Tampa? I mean, I'm
It's
familiar
down
with
south.
Tampa. It's south. Yeah.
Yeah, Tampa is up north near the elbow of the state, not quite at the elbow. Naples is towards the bottom of the state.
Okay.
But I do have friends that live in Tampa. Tampa to me is that one city that's very sort of, and I don't want to say it in a derogatory way, but each city in Florida kind of has its own personality, and Tampa to me is just kind of like Jacksonville. They're just cities. They don't have as much, I guess they have like the Gasparilla Fest and the pirate ties, but that's all fake anyway. So there's no Gaspar the pirate. It's just a big joke that the city does every year. And yeah, otherwise it's what, big defense city. Um, SOCOM headquarters kind of
I
thing.
thought there was a I mean, there was a famous movie about fishermen in Tampa who were sponge fishermen and a Greek
Oh,
descent.
there is. Yep. That's not in downtown Tampa, but it's very close to Tampa.
Yeah.
My old teacher was actually just there. I can look up the name of the town. It's funny that you bring that up. Because she was just down there and I was looking to see where this Greek colony is. And it is, if you bear with me just a moment.
Yeah.
Um, oh, people that post Tarpon Springs, Florida.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Very
that's
close to
it's
Tampa though.
kind of a cultural locale. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Yeah,
Kind of
absolutely.
a little bit of charming.
And there's actually outside of Tampa also there's a Carney village outside of Tampa where the sideshow performers set up shop. I can't think of the name of that, but that's also very interesting. You know, let me see if I can find the name of that. How are you, Jim?
How you doing, Julie?
I'm talking again today.
Good, good.
It's
Hey, Jim.
Gibsonton.
Listen, Jim, I picked out one thing that I put on the invite. I apologize for sending out one that said it was the 14th instead of today. But oh, geez, I can't remember what it was now. Oh, I know what it was. It's a short piece explaining the difference in the density of oil extracted from Venezuela
Oh,
and Canada, and who needs it and why we need it, or why Trump would want to get a hold of it. For coming back down to Florida, but not Florida, but
oh,
Louisiana, there's a lot, about five or six refineries
right.
that are looking for thick oil, the kind that comes from Venezuela. And
Yeah.
so he makes a good case, even though the U.S. is the highest producer of petrol, but it's mostly from fracking. And we don't, and we're way behind on the handling the heavy stuff from Venezuela. And the third place, well, now I'm like processing what the dialogue is. There's three major places for the heavy duty oil, which is Venezuela, Canada, and Russia. So that's the kind of geopolitics involved
Huh.
that's behind the scenes. So I got a good piece on that. Is there anything you wanted to bring up?
Well, I think we should talk immediately about what just happened in Minnesota.
Hmm.
Oh,
Someone was killed today, shot in the head by
She was
the
an
ICE
American, right?
agents. Yeah, she's killed.
Yeah.
It's all over the news right now. And then I know
who,
Michael, we got Michael here. Michael's been monitoring a trial in Seattle where Michael could explain it, but it's a veteran who is to be deported, right, Michael?
Hello everybody. Yeah, there's I'm sorry, Zahid Chaudhry, who is a member of Veterans for Peace. Um, he's of Pakistani descent. He has he's been trying for, I don't know, 25 years to get his citizenship. Um, he is a disabled veteran in a wheelchair. And August 21st, when he went to a hearing about getting his citizenship after the hearing was over, he was detained by ICE. And I know you've probably heard of that happening before when people are trying to follow the rules. After a hearing, they get detained. So he was been in the Tacoma Detention Center all the way till December 21st or 22nd when he was released. So he's out of the detention center. And the reason he was released is because his wife had been working real hard to get him out. So they took the administration or ICE to court, or DHS, I should say, challenging his detention because there was no due process. He didn't get any hearing about why he was being detained. And one of the reasons he should have gotten a hearing is because a previous hearing he had had, and I'm not sure of the year, if it was 2008 or 2018. Um, his status, the judge decided that whatever his status was, that they didn't need to detain him, that he was released on his own recognizance, right? So the judge, I went to the hearing. The judge asked, "Well, what changed since that hearing to make it so you feel like you need to detain him now?" And the people representing DHS didn't have any reason for the change of status that they needed to keep him. So the judge was like, "This is an open shut case. I don't even know why we're here, basically." And he said, "I'm gonna write an order for him to be released within the next 24 hours." And then later that evening, he was released. Problem is, though, his actual case has to go up before the Ninth Circuit, and they can decide that he should be deported. And if they change his status, then they could detain him again. And it's ridiculous because, like I said, he's a disabled veteran. He was disabled when he was training in the National Guard. So he was injured while in the service, and I just don't know what else to say other than it just shows that the Trump administration's policy, not that our policies haven't been atrocious for many years, um, but this idea that they're only deporting people who are the worst of the worst and all that bullshit that they say is not true. They're going after everybody that they can, especially people of color and people who are most vulnerable, like a veteran in a wheelchair.
Yeah. And let me just share this this is the person who got killed tonight in Minneapolis. This woman, they've been showing the video of all this everywhere, where a car pulls out and some guy gets right in front of her, puts 3 shots into the front, and kills her almost immediately. Gets a headshot on her. Uh, and it just happened earlier today. Uh, it's on all the major news networks right now.
Well, what's the story behind it? Why is it
Well,
so
well,
newsworthy?
well. Pardon me.
Why is it that newsworthy? That must
I mean, why
happen
it's
like,
newsworthy. Here, we were waiting for,
No.
it
Do
was
you
just
have the video,
inevitable.
Jim?
It was inevitable that something like this would happen.
Well,
There was
let
somebody would
me,
get killed.
Jim, let me say a
Yeah.
few things because Kim was asking why is it newsworthy and that things like this happen. So first of all, I would say things like this don't happen all the time where police shoot somebody in the head, but
oh, you
it
said
does.
policemen did it.
Police,
Okay.
yeah, it was ICE. It was an ICE agent.
Ice did it.
It wasn't police. It was
Okay,
ICE.
that's
ICE
why.
specifically.
That's what I was
Right.
asking.
Yeah. But the other thing is, so that's one reason. Another reason is that is about 4 blocks from um, where George Floyd was killed.
Oh, no kidding. Wow.
Right. Yeah, it's not that far from where he was killed. So the whole area is upset, not only because ICE is there, but because they already have these feelings about the use of force in that way. Also, Minneapolis has been an area that for the past few weeks, for reasons that are trumped up, if we want to use that word, been a focus of a lot of attention because of the Somali community. So they're already, I should say, because of the attacks on the Somali community, because it's not because of the community. So people are already hyped up about that. And then recently, as I'm sure you all know, ICE has decided to send hundreds of agents to Minneapolis, which creates a tinderbox, right? It's like a bunch of logs that are super dry. And so now, who knows where this is going to go?
Yeah, exactly. And you have the aftermath of this whole Nick Shirley piece that got 120 million views, which increasingly is being discredited by investigative journalism, but the damage is done. Him running around and, as has been shown by reporters, including in Minneapolis, including around the country, that most of these daycare centers that he was focusing on were legit. And they weren't like, these. I mean, it's not to deny that there were uh, fraud and issues of fraud to be handled with. We know there's 83 convictions in the state of Minneapolis. And I'm not, defending any of that. But this indeed was something to essentially inflame, throw gasoline on the fire of all this debate about deportation policies. And then, of course, you have a situation like this. And I didn't realize, as Michael just said, it's just a couple of blocks from where Floyd is killed. Um, so, this is just dominating all the networks right now, all over the place.
What was it? What's it? You watched the coverage. What was the scenario?
Well, it looked to me like, you had, if Alex was here, perhaps he'd be able to show it, but you had, a woman in an SUV type vehicle. There's several vehicles of ICE. It's, bright, sunny day. Um, for some reason, she's trying to move out of the way. The police come up, ICE people come up, and you'll see 2 officers come to her car, her vehicle, and then she starts stepping on the gas and she's starting to turn, and one of them's in front of her and immediately shoots her.
Well,
So
it's
again,
actually, she was blocking the road for some time, but I think there was a pickup truck that was blocking her. So I don't know that it was that she was obstructing anything or if that they were pinning her in. Because the videos that I've seen all start kind of on her sitting in the middle of the road. There's a pickup truck there that's
right,
blocking her from going. And then the two guys come up to her. One guy reaches into the car and tries to open the car with the other hand, and
Right.
she backs up and goes to turn and go around the truck, and there's another officer with a gun drawn pointed at her in front of her who just starts firing at her.
correct.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I
I'm
did
looking
watch.
for the video.
I did watch this. And then she goes off to her left and she runs into two parked cars, or that
Well, she's
vehicle runs
dead. She's
into two
dead. She's
parked
at that
cars.
point
Yeah,
shot.
she
She's at
was
that point
shot.
shot.
Yeah. Do you? I
Yeah,
could show
okay.
the video. If did you want to see it
Yeah, I
again?
thought it was one of these things like they have these Russian videos of automobile accidents. So this is another story. Okay. Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
Boy, it got covered fast, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So there was a couple of cameras. It was more than one camera. I saw
Yeah,
two
they're
views
showing
of
it
it.
Lots
from
of angles.
Yeah.
different angles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aaron,
But
we're
the thing
talking about.
is,
Yeah, go on, Mike.
I'm sorry. But the thing is, it's
Michael,
not.
Michael.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Michael. Thank you. The thing is, it's not just the shooting. It's the way the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security are trying to characterize it, right? Because they're basically lying. If you listen to what Christy Nome has said, that it's a terrorist, a domestic terrorist attack, that the woman was purposely trying to run over people. I mean, they're saying things that just didn't happen. When you look at the video, that's not what happened. Now, I, one could say somebody was in danger. I mean, there's things you might be able to say, but at the end of the day, they're trying to turn this into something that it wasn't.
Hmm. Okay. Well, let's see. We got Aaron Reyes joined us and Daryl McPherson. Daryl, did you hear about this incident that happened in where was that? That's
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Minneapolis, Minneapolis.
Yeah. Did you watch it? Did you see it on TV?
You
Daryl?
talking to me, Ken?
Yeah, yeah, Daryl.
Okay, just let me. I'm working with a phone that is like challenging.
Oh, all right.
No, I haven't seen it yet. I've only heard it on the radio.
All
I just
right.
I'd
posted it
like to
in the
see the
chat.
video. I'd like to see the video because I'm trying to figure out how if the vehicle was backing up, then the shot to the head. It was a headshot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I posted the video in the chat if you want to play it. Ken, I don't know if you're able to play it, but it's pretty clear what happened. I'm looking for the other angle from the front of the car.
So then, may I call you Julie?
Of course.
Right. Okay. So then, please call me Daryl. Um, then once again, one needs to deal with the constant untruths come from. Whoa,
Yes.
how did that get on? That's coming from the administration
Right.
that confuses the folks that we need to convince
Right.
that operating currently the way that this administration is operating is against their interest. Um, any sanity, put it this way, if it was all you have to do in order to see whether a situation makes sense is to flip the participants and see if you would like to be what the administration have the administration treat you as they're treating other people. And there are very few people that I know of who would want to be treated the way this current administration is treating anybody, including Greenland. Come on, please. Oh, this phone is like a trick. I'm done.
I just sent the slow motion version as well so that you can see exactly how he came at the front of the car and just started firing at her.
You're on
Ken,
mute,
can
Ken.
you
Ken,
actually
you're on mute.
play it? Can you play it, Ken?
Yeah, I think. Oh, I don't know. Let me see if I have it. I'll find it. One second.
I mean, I could play it, but sometimes it doesn't come out that great.
Oh, just give me a moment or two. I'll
The
pull
link
it. Oh,
is
well,
in the
how
chat.
about
It should be
you?
public.
How about Julie? You have it. Can you? Do you know how to share?
I don't know how to
Oh,
share,
I,
but I
I can
sent you the link. Do you see the link in the chat?
if
If you click it, it should.
if
Michael, you
you
could do it.
yeah, I can do it. Yeah, I can show one of them, or I could even show both. Hold on, I'll share one that I have here.
when you're sharing, be sure to check the buttons for the sound. Make
Right,
sure the
right,
sound is correct.
right. Okay.
You all have the right to share. There you go. This
Okay.
video includes images and/or audio some viewers may find upsetting or disturbing. Okay.
No! No! Shame!
Oh,
Shame!
damn.
Oh,
Oh my
wow.
God! What the f? What the f? You just f? What the f did you do? You are f criminals! You're f criminals! What the f? What the f? What the actual f? You are f insane!
Yeah. So that's one of them, and I can. Julie, that's is the second one the slow mo that you sent
The
on
second,
Facebook.
yeah, and it's zoomed in so that you can see the figures up close.
Okay, let me see if I can pull that up. All right, hold on. Uh, 1 second. Okay, let me start it back. Damn. I'll let it show one more time, and then
You see how he just walks up in front of the car, pulls his weapon, and starts firing. He
yeah,
walked into in front of her vehicle, and now he's claiming self-defense, but he put himself there first.
right. And let me just real quick say what Julie just said. I was watching some commentary about it, and that was one of the things they talked about is that police officers, I'm no expert on this, but are taught to get out of harm's way in this kind of situation. They also said that that when it comes to immigration, when people are fleeing, that not necessarily supposed to use deadly force when a person's fleeing in an immigration situation. Um, so,
But she wasn't an immigrant, right? She was an American citizen.
what the thing is, they didn't know, right?
But I mean,
Right. So,
regardless, they're not supposed to have jurisdiction over Americans, are they? I mean, that's the absurdity of what we live in now. And
yes, yes,
you know, living in Florida, it's a scary thing, because they're all around all the time.
yes, yes,
You know that as an American, I have to you know, you can't run to the store and forget your wallet. I use my phone for Apple Pay for everything, and my wallet is always on me now, just in
mm-hmm,
case.
mm-hmm, yes. I have to say, this makes me think that what what has been happening to Black people forever now can happen to anybody. Um, because that shooting just reminds me of things that I've seen and I have cried about. over the past 10 years. Same kind of thing, but usually it's
Mhm.
a black person. And
Yeah.
now it can be anybody,
Well, and
That's
if you look at the photo of who that woman was, I mean, and I know immigrant can be somebody from Europe, it could be somebody from Ukraine. The ones that they're targeting are Hispanic.
yeah.
I'm half Cuban. Um, and the targets are Hispanic minorities. And if you look at the image of this woman, she doesn't fit the profile, for them to say, oh, this woman looks like, she probably was an agitator. If anything, she probably pulled her SUV out and blocked them from, because you can see the cars lined up going down the road in the video that you showed that I hadn't seen before. So she probably got in their way and pissed them off, basically. She didn't look like somebody who would be mistaken for being a Hispanic immigrant from South America. Certainly not a member of Tren de Aragua. I mean, this woman was a mom. She was, blonde hair. It looked like she had blue eyes. Um, so they're going to have a hard time justifying what they. I mean, I guess he can say that she was moving the vehicle towards him, but again, he stepped into the way of the vehicle first, and that seems like it would be a silly defense.
Weren't they supposed to be arresting Somali people who had committed crimes against the state, like running illegal child care centers or filing for something like that?
But
Wasn't there that was the reason that he increased the population of immigration and criminal enforcement in the area?
yeah. So let so I'll say, again, no expert, but let's understand a couple of things about that. One is that most of the Somalians in the Minnesota area right now are Americans, are US Americans. Um, I don't know what the percentage of the immigrant population or green card holders, are there. Um, so they can't, ICE is not law enforcement to go and arrest people for those types of things. But there's been this mingling of this idea of the Somalis being immigrants when most of them aren't. Um, and these illegal things that have happened, like Jim said, that has happened. This has been many years though that people have been prosecuted. I don't know how many it is, 68 or 80 or something like that. So it's not even anything new. It's just that this Shirley guy put this video out, and it was kind of percolating before the video. Um, but now it's just risen to this level that Trump, like he always does, takes an opportunity and uses it as a pretext to send ICE or the National Guard, right? Because he did that when he was talking about crime, to a place to cause trouble. And that's basically what has happened here.
So where is our? There are two things that are missing here, and one is where is our legal pushback? I'm talking about sizable legal pushback. In order to have sizable legal pushback, you need to have sizable pockets. And unless we're able to, unless we are able to get people to understand that executing citizens is a bad idea, unless we can get people to understand to stop identifying with the administration and defending the administration's actions, we're going to continually, as you said, Michael, um, welcome to the club. We people of African descent, people of Asian descent, people of Latinx descent have been experiencing this forever. So now perhaps we have another Viola Liuso moment that we can then capitalize, put this woman's face everywhere, and say, why did she die when all she was doing was observing and attempting to get ICE to adhere to the law in which they are supposed to have a warrant for the people who they're picking up. And no one's enforcing that. Then you have these detention centers or places where they're detaining people that are uh, warrant what do you call it, that are habitationally illegal, and yet very few people are in the streets because they're failing to make enough money to eat and feed their children. So you got SUVs going up to food banks, and the administration is defunding all of that, and people are still defending it. That's a heavy, heavy psychological, what, Stockholm syndrome? Is that what we're looking at? That's a question. I mean, you got admirals and generals resigning because they won't they're refusing to obey the orders of the Department of War, and yet there isn't an outcry from them to tell the troops to do exactly what Mark Arizona Senator
Mark
Space
Kelly.
Cadet.
Mark Kelly.
I'm losing it big time. Whoa! I didn't know you could be this angry and still be calm. Um, what's it all about, Alfie? I mean, the American population, I've seen them do a lot of bizarre stuff. I've participated in a lot of bizarre stuff. When you talk about invading Greenland, way off the chart,
Yeah, we'll
and
get
there
to
is
that.
very little reaction.
We'll get to that, man.
Can I give you one
I
piece of
apologize.
information that I took some time to check because I heard it in the news, but just because you hear something doesn't mean it's true. So I wanted to check. Unknown said that the officer, now this is the officer that did the shooting, had survived a previous vehicular assault in June when he was rammed and dragged by an anti-ICE rider. So my point here is that this is a person who has done something similar before, gotten in front of a vehicle or messed with a car. Um, what does that mean about him? I would say it means something. That this is just not an incident that just happened. That this person has a problem. He's one of those. You have those police officers that are trouble that have beaten up people before and they finally get caught.
Yeah, well,
Where's the video for that previous trauma too?
yeah.
She didn't release it. So how do we know what happened?
Well,
And
we don't
even
know
if you
anything.
did release one, how do you know it's not AI?
Well, we don't know anything yet, but it does explain a quick draw McGraw type of approach to this guy. I just wanted to show something here about the Somalians in that area. Um, this is the actual numbers as of today about Somalians and who is a citizen, who isn't a citizen. And as you can see, at this point, the amount of people who aren't citizens is maybe what, 8 to 10% of the Somalis in that area, as opposed to when they start coming in 2000. Look at how it all changes, because then you have U.S. born folks that now are what, about 35 to close to 40%, and then you have naturalized citizens who about another looks like about 55%. So it's about 10% to 9%, I believe. They're saying 8.4% are not citizens. Um, and uh, and
Right.
that's the numbers there.
Right. So that speaks directly to why ICE does not need to be there if they're trying to enforce uh, and arrest people for crimes. That's law enforcement, not immigration.
Right,
But
right.
And beyond that, once again, are people of African descent citizens of this country. It's never been demonstrated. There
Michael,
hasn't
what
been
we're
a fair election in this country, as far as
Say that
I'm
again.
concerned. Since
I was talking to Mike. Mike, what we're talking about is the whole what just happened in Minneapolis. I think Aaron split. We're talking about what happened in Minneapolis just now.
Which mic are you talking to?
I'm talking to you, Mike. Michael is Michael McPherson. You're Mike.
Oh, okay, I got it. All right. Well, what about it? It was a ridiculous. I mean, it's part of the operation, a typical part of the operation of a fascist, racist state. That's what we're living in, right?
All right.
Um, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, no,
It's,
I do not disagree with that. Uh, but let me just. Aaron's been sitting there patiently. Mike. Let me
Mhm.
just get into Aaron. Go on, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, this is I mean, first thing is I never respond immediately when I see something. It's just I think it's important to, especially if we really do want to believe in the rule of law, that we actually have a functional process that you pull all of the video, all the officer cams, anything else from any other civilians that were recording, you name it, and there's a whole process for doing this both federally and at the state and local level. So, I think you have to do that. I mean, that's just at a practical level. Um, Obviously at first look, the problem is just as Governor Walz was saying when he did his his briefing, they're I mean, I'm actually kind of shocked at it took whatever it's been now 10 months, 11 months, I guess 11 months that this something like this really hasn't happened yet, actually. I mean, because they've had, however many tens of thousands of encounters at this point. So I'm kind of, it's almost we're almost lucky that it took this long for something like this to happen. Um, and so, I think, obviously there's the question is, uh, does the Trump administration lean in on this and go all, off the rails in Minnesota and, Insurrection Act and call up the battle between Title 10 and Title 32 between the National Guard, right? Title 32 is the governor's authority, and Title 10 is the federal authority, which obviously supersedes the state authority. But it's a budgetary thing then. Then it's like, okay, well, now the feds are on the clock for it, right? So with anyone they call up. But I think, that's the question now is does this thing just get amplified up tenfold, or does it, do they try to cool down and, I don't know, pick Las Vegas or pick some other place that they go and, and do their Sicario Thunder runs in or whatever. And because that's the problem right now, right? You just have, the ICE has increased its staff by 120%, in a year or less than a year, 11 months. So it's basically hiring 10% of its force every month, which is sort of unprecedented, right? For any kind of domestic, or really anyone's domestic law enforcement, except if you were maybe a failed state and looking to, convert your army into police. But for any modern Western, developed state or modern democracy to, basically increase a large scale law enforcement, civilian law enforcement by, a percent every 3 days is pretty, it's just, like I said, it's actually amazing they got this far without something like this. But if they just keep amplifying, you're going to have 10 of these events happen. So I think it's going to be a big question now is what does the Trump administration do? I mean, obviously, Congress is irrelevant to this now because they're irrelevant. They've made themselves irrelevant, um, and the states are sort of stuck, in this sort of limbo, um, and that's it really, right? And the media is sort of, I don't know what they can do at this point. I mean, yeah, they could try to follow them. I mean, I think that's about all the strategy is at this point is, follow the federal law enforcement actions wherever they are and hope that that what do you call it, that Lysol, that sanitizing effect, tampers down the intensity that they're engaging at, because it's pretty obvious that they are, you know they're enforcing, um, immigration control at what you would almost call like a drug raid level, right? I mean, if I have friends that work in law enforcement, and some have been on like um, what they call like high impact warrant teams and things like that, where you're going after people who are escaped prisoners, violent felons, people wanted for murder, things like that, and you have this type of look and feel for that. But those are very selective operations, right? You don't have, you're not arresting people who work at a car wash that way. I mean, generally the way you do it is, people are in plain clothes and you wait around for them to finish their shift. And when they go to the car, that's where you meet them. And it's 2, 3 people, who are plain clothes, and that's it. They take them in. I mean, so they're doing this for effect. Obviously, I think we all know that. But with that comes this risk because the people doing it aren't the traditional people who are doing, we'll call it, lower intensity, um, immigration enforcement, right? They're coming at this basically like, high warrant teams for everybody, and that's just going to lead to, I mean, it's just you're escalating to 10, like, and odds are they're going to keep just escalating. I mean, it's going to be a big. What'll be interesting is in the next few days to a week, do they escalate in Minnesota or do they pivot? So far, every
Uh,
time they run into a problem, like a whole bunch of problems, they tend to pivot away and they leave a small, group behind to do what they were doing before they escalated in that place. And then they go find some other place to escalate in. They pick another city. Um, it'll be an interesting test if they actually do that, because then that'll tell you, that's their version of sort of domestic taco, right? Um, and so I think that's what's going to be interesting to see. It's I will say this is like in the big picture, this is sort of like strike one against this whole long term ability to have ICE as a functional agency, even long term, right? When there's changes in administration, funding, things like that. I mean, if there's a couple more of these, or there's kids in a car or something even worse, I mean, long term, this agency just won't exist this way. It'll basically just it'll disappear and be part of something else because his brand will be completely demolished. Basically, you could argue it probably already is, but I mean, you take it up another level, it's guaranteed that's going to happen. Which obviously they don't care about. The people in charge don't care about that right now. But long term, I mean, you do need a border enforcement agency. I mean, there's not really a country in the world that doesn't have one. So the question is, will ICE even exist this way? Or will it go back to its original? Because remember, its original mission is not supposed to, except for extremely selective enforcement, which is usually joint operations with U.S. Marshals and other FBI. It's not supposed to have any enforcement mission beyond really 100 miles to the interior of the United States borders. And they've obviously, blown through all that. So, yeah. So, I mean, I think in simple terms, it's a complete shit show. And I don't think there's any other way to look at it.
Um, just real quick, people, if you want to see, I just found a live stream of the area in Minneapolis. It's not a lot to see, but just to see if you like to see what's happening right now, which is a pretty good sized crowd. Can I share that? Is that okay? Okay. Let me see, make sure sharing the right thing. Yep. As you can see that from the air, just so you can see that I think Aaron, you were talking about what could happen next. I think that's going to depend on the people of Minneapolis. Because one of the things people are concerned about is if this can blow up because people are so upset. And as I said earlier, before you got on, this happened close to where George Floyd was murdered. Um, so there's a lot of anger in the community in general, plus the pressure cooker that was created because of the racism against the Somali community. So we just have to see. Um, and then I agree with you about having to see when it comes to specifics about all the different videos and, to see exactly what happened. But in terms of how this came about, um, and we all know this is a created situation um, that we should hold the Trump administration and ICE accountable for because it didn't have to happen this way. Um, so that's my feeling on that. So I'll stop sharing because I don't think anything's really going to change, right?
Yeah, I mean, there
So,
is and I don't mean to make this sound a little darker about this, but there is sort of a luck in the horror of this, and that it's happening in Minnesota in the dead of winter, which is like absolutely freezing out. So at a certain level, I think there's, however, if it was July,
That's
this
true.
thing could just jump off and go off the rails very quickly, right? It's just
Yes.
whereas, it does take a tremendous, I mean, I live in northern New Jersey, which I'm not. It's cold. I mean, it ain't Minnesota cold, but it's cold. But like it takes a lot of motivation to go out at night in Minnesota in January. That's commitment. So there is a certain sort of dark humor about that, but it's that might slow things down a little bit. And just give you know some space. I mean, but it's really going to determine what the administration is going to do next, right? Are they going to take their ball and go home and then just leave the mess for the state and local agencies to sort through and deal with all that chaos and evidence and have a small standard FBI team, all that usual stuff like any other investigation? I think at this point that's the best case scenario. um or are they going to jack it up to 10 and bring in bring the kitchen sink in? So
I have a
well,
question that I was hoping you can ask. This woman who was shot driving away, as I understand it, she was told that she couldn't go through there, so she drove away. And the way I read the description of what happened, it seems a blatant case of some ICE agent going bananas and just shooting away. Does anybody, can we just discuss what the particulars of the case are and what we know so far as to what actually happened on the scene?
we don't know. I mean, what we
Well,
could see the video, we know, but we don't know what was said. There's no police video. There's no, um, released video from law, because law enforcement will have their body cams. So we don't have any body cam footage and audio at this point.
Right, because ICE doesn't carry body cams, which is
Well, it depends. I mean, I think team leaders do, and FBI does. And so it depends on this is the mishmash of all this stuff, right? There is dash cams. There is cams. It's a question of, I'm sure it's a train wreck in terms of all the interjurisdictional at the same time. So who has what? And also all the police that showed up because the police weren't there, and then they came, and then because because it's just another crime scene at that point, or another, it's a shooting at that point, and they have to, at that point, and then you have EMTs and everything else, and they have cameras, so they're going to have their body cams. So when the police show up, they have their body cams, so they're going to see. I mean, we won't see all that at this point, but you would see, the, you could see some of the, you have different information. Let's put it that way.
well, as I understand it, Aaron. I mean, she was told to go drive away, and she drove away, and then they shot her.
Well, we don't know that. Like what I'm saying, we don't know what they said and who said that and
No.
what.
That's the basic. That's the basic
No,
information. There
no,
might be there may have been other stuff said.
wait a minute. When you watch the video, which we did watch, you hear them say, "Get out your car, get
Yeah,
out
get
your
out of the
fucking
car.
car." All right, so
Yep,
they were even in language, because language escalates things. It's not
of
like,
course.
"Ma'am, would you get out your car? Could you get out your
Yeah,
car?" No, and the guy went and tried to open the door.
yeah.
So we know that happened.
Okay, so
Would
I
it
that
mean,
really make a
the
difference?
problem is the problem is typically when you have typically when you have a vehicle. So law enforcement does not want to ever be, just like anyone else, at a disadvantage around a vehicle. And a vehicle is a vehicle, right? I mean, humans don't beat vehicles. So typically when there's a vehicle involved, you try to do what's called a box, right? You basically box in that vehicle so you can control its movement. So, you box it in from the front and the back, so the vehicle can't, start driving around like crazy, because, a 3,000-pound vehicle beats, 200-pound people all day long. So they didn't do that. Now, my understanding is the whole environment there was a mess. I mean, in terms of just, crowd control, vehicles. It seems like some vehicles were stuck. So I mean, it was just a mess. I mean, so you know, it's until we get the body cams. I mean, like you said, you heard. I mean, I guess there's some video or audio that shows that they told her to get out of the vehicle. She didn't get out of the vehicle, and you know, and she tried to leave. And so the question is, you know, was that officer was that officer directly in front of her, or was that officer to the side? Um,
well, question: was she just a driver who drove up there? Was she involved? I mean, in other words, what was their reason?
what I
What was their reason
heard, and I
for
don't
getting
know
up
this is
there?
true, that they have like a special advance type of protester. I think they call it a constitutional something, adjudicator or something, right? And they're people who take this training, who can, validate that constitutional, that people are, that at any event that's going on is being adhered to legally, right? And they can document that. Like my understanding is that's her background. Um, and I mean that's what I heard on CNN, and on what do you call it, NBC Minnesota, or what do we call it, Minneapolis. I mean I don't know that. I mean that's what they said, but so if that's true, so it says that she has some background in engaging with law enforcement, um, but I think that's all we know. I mean, to me, there's only three outcomes here. Dude goes crazy, lights are up. Miscommunication, right? The guy that's the law enforcement guy in front doesn't hear what the law enforcement in the back says, or vice versa, or someone says, you need to go, you need to get out of the way and go, you need to get out of the car, and you get that miscommunication where the person freaks out, doesn't know what the hell to do, and doesn't know that the thing you should do well the thing you should do when anytime there's law enforcement is, or at least I know this, I grew up in LA, is you stop your vehicle, you take your keys out, you put them on the top of your dash, you put your hands up there, and you say you basically are in like the fetal position, and it's like you get rid of all that risk, and then, or at least as much as you can, and then you go from there, and ideally you don't have a hothead who then says, who recognizes you recognize that you're not trying to create a difficult situation, and then they usually say, yeah, that's okay, you don't have to do that, give me your information or whatever, and then that's that.
Yeah, but you're talking about a trained, a highly professional law enforcement person or people. As I understand it, when we're dealing with ICE, we're not dealing with the cream of the crop here.
Sure, agreed.
And we're dealing with people who are, from the what I've seen and read, who are not well trained and who are, shall we say, possibly on the wrong side of the line between criminal and law enforcement tendencies. So they, I mean, so if somebody yelled at her, "Get out of the fucking car," and was pointing his gun at her or something,
Well,
and
he
just
wasn't doing that yet. That was
Right.
not, that was like the
Right.
that was the ICE guy
Well, here,
on the
look,
side.
there's the picture.
Hmm.
This is the picture. This is the guy walking in front. And look, the whole question of training and all that, I mean, uh, it's amazing we haven't had incidents like that so far
Yep, that's what I was
throughout the
saying
country.
earlier.
Yeah, exactly. But here you see that woman who actually, we'll see it later in the video, who runs up and says, like, what the fuck, when actually the shooting's done. She runs to the car as it's coming to a stop when the woman's dead. She's following, so we haven't seen her camera
No.
perspective yet. And then here's the next shot. This is when the officers come up and try to open the door, get out of the fucking car. Uh, and then the two officers can be seen pulling on the driver door. The car begins to move forward. The third officer, this is the guy we saw in this shot coming to the front. He's the one who starts firing. Um, and here, and I guess she hit him, or may have hit him. I was looking at the speed of the car, and then he pulls out the pistol and starts shooting. So he will probably, we'll see what happens, how they adjudicate it. An officer can claim, I believe there's defense about he feels threatened,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
get off that. He can get off this. He will probably be dismissed. The case will be dismissed. However, the damage is done because there's other videos
Yep.
immediately afterwards that show literally people flooding in the streets within 10 minutes of this. And I saw other videos. And then, Michael showed earlier that video that was just shot from a drone, I guess, above. So it's going to be it's very explosive. I hope the people are disciplined because Trump, of course, will double down.
Yeah. Well,
He's going
that's
to
the
double down
test.
on this.
Yeah.
And, it's just, and I'm looking at
Well,
the Fox.
President Miller is looking for a nexus, right? He's looking for a triggering event.
Oh,
President Miller.
Stephen. Yeah. Well, we
President
haven't
Miller.
even gotten to that guy yet. Maybe
No,
it's
but I
maybe.
mean that's what I mean. Let's be real. Like that's where this is. That's where this is. I mean that's the predicate,
Well, that
right?
might
I
be a
mean,
good bridge. That may be a good bridge to talk about. I know Ken had began the show talking about the crude oil,
Before you
and
do that, before you
yeah,
do that, something Aaron said, and I found this in Wikipedia because they've done an update, but they have some they show where they got the information from, like the Huffington Post and others. So based on 3 recordings of the incident, um, one agent told her to drive away from the scene.
Yeah,
This is what you were saying about conflicting. And while another
that's
yelled to
usually
the right, well, for the
right.
driver to get out of the vehicle. Right. So, and the other thing someone said, I think Mike, you were saying about well-trained law enforcement. I would have you know that most of the police in the United States are not well trained. I'm not saying there are none. Of course there are. Like and to what does well trained even mean with the things that happen in New York or happen here in Seattle or major cities? But when you start talking about the outlying small towns and small municipalities and all these different places, I used to live in St. Louis. My wife worked for the ACLU. Um, so we know a little bit about how many people actually go through training or how many of them go through consistent training. Most of them don't. So the level of training that ICE receives compared to the average police officer, I'm sure they get more training, of course, but it's not like it's like there's this huge gap.
Well, yeah, but
Um,
Mike, I think you bring up an interesting point here. Like, so the training ICE gets is very different. So traditional law enforcement, right? We're talking, that you have in suburbs, you have in rural areas, you have in urban areas. I mean, the number one, look, America is a automobile um,
yeah,
civilization, and your number one way you typically engage human beings in the United States is in an automobile, right? Like a traffic violation. And then the number two way is um or well, number one, traffic violation or car crash, etc., right? Some kind of auto vehicular engagement of some kind. And the number two way is knocking on someone's door, right? So those are the two dominant encounters that law enforcement has in the United States. Like, just as a, like, if we want to get really meta here. And so whatever limited variations of training, the vast majority of regular police, as we would say, are trained in how to deal with someone in a car, right? You could take a a motorcycle or a beat cop in St. Louis and put them into Seattle, and if you said do a traffic stop for someone, whatever, who runs a stop sign, they could do that, right? Like, that is a functional thing. Now, federal law enforcement, generally speaking, doesn't do traffic enforcement, right? Like, that's not their thing. If they engage vehicles, it tends to be these actions where they do a box, right? Like, they box the vehicle in and then they go in to do an arrest, right? Like, that's
Well,
that's their
they
thing.
all right.
Well, can
They have specialized training. My younger brother, who was a law enforcement agent for USAID,
Hmm.
he was trained, but he was specially trained because he was sent to a special driving course in Atlanta on an
Uh-huh.
airbase in
Sure.
Bannon Air Base in Georgia,
Yeah.
where they train them.
Police defensive driving, all that stuff.
Exactly. They train them
Yeah.
on this side of stuff. And if you notice tactically how ICE deploys, they're
Hmm.
generally going in clumps of several vehicles, 4 or 5
Yep.
vehicles, 6 vehicles. You'll see sometimes if they're going on raids, they have reserve vehicles
Yep.
to move in. And so those guys know, I mean, there's simple
That's right.
blocking because you could see what they were trying to do. I don't know if the car in front of her, when she was trying to pull out and make that turn, was an ICE car, whether some
Yep.
guys had jumped out. Well, we're not sure yet where those
well,
other
can I
guys came from.
can I
Uh,
just clear up one thing? First of all, I was talking about training relativistically. I was not saying that all cops are trained well, or
Yeah.
that regular
New
cops.
York, look, New York City police
thanks, Mike.
officers are pretty well trained, and I know a lot. We all know guys who are cops have been trained in New York City. I know that they've been trained, but
But
this situation is inevitably going to have something like this happen because people are resisting.
That's right.
People are resisting, and if and my and Aaron brought up the fact that she was probably one of these people trained to be a monitor. So right there, she's on their radar screen. Who knows what if ICE is flooded into Minneapolis? who knows what she's been doing? I know she's been chasing him around in her vehicle. Who knows?
Well, let me just say one thing though. If indeed somebody told her drive away, and then somebody else says get out of the vehicle, that's too. Then what's that showing? First of all, that's obviously she's listening to the guy that said drive away. The other guy's yelling get out of the vehicle. What that means is that Ace is, I mean, in my opinion, incompetent. But certainly there's no chain of command. There's no
Well,
proper structure is what's going on there. And it's basically a Wild West show, two guys, two different ice guys yelling out two conflicting commands. What is she supposed to do?
I mean, the truthful
That is
answer
ultimate
is
incompetence.
yeah. I mean, what I said earlier, growing up in LA, I know LA well. I live out close to New York, and I've always had this very straight ahead view of this. That's how I was raised. You know, that was my, when I was in I grew up in the hood, like it was real. Like, police pull you over, you truly cede all the vehicle power to them, all windows down, lights on, keys on the dash, hands up, not hands up, but you know what I mean, hands in, like on the wheel. And you make it perfectly clear that, and if you're getting conflicting communications, you literally respond saying, I don't know what to do, sorry officer, whatever. I'm not saying that's right, I'm just pointing out, like, I do know that works, and I'm not saying it works all the time, but it works a hell of a lot more than just rolling with it, right? Like, and I think sadly, um probably the truth is, if it was a regular civilian, this might not have happened. But someone who is this engaged, right? It's like, it's the old saying, right? Like, go to plumbers' houses, they have problems with their plumbing, right? It's just, it's like someone this engaged, on monitoring and following this is in such a comfortable mode, like it's this cat and mouse
uh,
game, and in the end, you don't know
well,
when,
all right, all
Wait,
right.
wait, did the
All right,
ice people
we don't
know
really.
who she was? I
Yeah,
mean, come on. Yeah.
we don't know enough about you could be right, Aaron, because she would probably say fuck them. But
exactly. And I'm not saying
on the
that's
other
right, and
hand,
she deserved
you
to get
know,
shot either. I'm not pointing that out at all. I'm just saying that that can lead to these catastrophic events where all parties just create, like this is the tile on the space shuttle Challenger, right? Like, just all the parties lead to the failure, basically. I mean, some more than others, but still, right? Like, there's still enough incompetence to go around. And I mean, my hope is that they really dial this down a little bit right now. Because if they dial it up again, I mean, because then you're going to have
well,
people leaning in. People are going to lean in now
all
and
right,
get and try to get into conflicts with them, and then they're going to go off, and then things could get really scary.
Well,
Aaron,
Just so y'all know, so far, just trying to find something about the woman whose name, dang, I just lost it. Renee Nicole Good. Her mother says she was not part of any protests. I haven't found so far anything that says she was. But I have found her mother, which she might not know, right? But so far, her mother said she was not part of any protest. That's
all right,
not what she does.
all right. Kenny, I want to change. Bertel just told me
wait,
that Chinese
before you
ships are
do,
now reported off the coast of Venezuela.
okay.
Anyway, um,
Mhm.
all right. Let me just go back. You guys finish this segment because I'm just gonna look and see and verify that.
Well, the only thing is, I was just going to say, if we put this into a real life scenario, okay, which it is obviously, but if you put yourself in the situation, just put yourself in the situation. You drive up to something, somebody says, whatever it is, somebody gives you an order, no uncertain term says, just drive on, drive away. So you start driving away. Then somebody else says, stop the vehicle. You've already started driving. Okay, this is not some situation. To me, it doesn't sound like a situation where she could have said, if she had, been totally on the ball she would have been able to say, okay, you know, put herself in the fetal position or something like that. This seems like she was given an order to do something and proceeded to do it, and then somebody else gave a conflicting order while she was proceeding to do the first order and then shot. Okay.
Well, it seems
This
like
is
there was
where-
a third order too, which is she was told get out of the car, which
yeah, but
obviously requires you to shut the car off. Like that's another
yeah,
step, you
but
know.
the fact of the matter is, she was getting two completely different orders from the same organization, from the same people. They were basically telling her, ICE was telling her, because to her, you're sitting there, let's say you're driving up there, you see ICE agents, okay? You don't say, oh, which one's in command, whatever. One of them tells you, drive on, and you start driving on. The other one's yelling you something differently or something, but you've already started driving. I mean, what the hell was she supposed to do? What
Well,
would you do in that situation?
well, Michael,
Let me intercede here for a moment. Julie, excuse me. What do you think that the media is covering this appropriately, or are they blowing it up,
Blowing
hyping
it
it?
up. Well, I mean, I think it needs to be covered. I think it doesn't need to be brushed under the rug, if that's what you're asking me.
No, not under the rug. I'm just saying, are they talking like,
And
and now,
oh, like it
and
leads
now? Are
inflammatory.
they hyping
Yeah,
it up?
100%. I mean, I'm seeing it all over social media. I haven't had the news on too much today. What I've
Uh-huh.
seen is every time that I open my computer, it's more footage, different angles, more this, more that, and it's people that are driving it and they're upset, understandably so. But the thing is that at this point, you're seeing Trump posting from his account one set of stories, which is basically she was a new footage emerging. I didn't even watch it because I don't like to give him views, but it was a new footage emerges that paints the whole thing in a different light, and that's coming from his account, and he's trying to be like Fox News. So I don't understand, the idea of responsible journalism, and I know that breaking news, it used to be down to the millisecond between like Bloomberg and AP, but there needs to be some kind of, let's get the information before we run the nonstop every little detail coming out, so that people don't get inflamed. But that said, people
And
have a right to be inflamed. This woman did not deserve to be shot, whether or not she obeyed a police order, because she clearly was not somebody who was under the jurisdiction of ICE or shouldn't have been under the jurisdiction of ICE. They
as
should
far as we
not have.
know, as
Oh,
far as
well,
we know, we don't know. She might be, a drug dealer. But I'm saying, what
Even if
that's for
then, she's
God's,
not,
that's
yes.
not ICE.
Even
but
drug
that's not
dealers
ICE
don't
though.
deserve to be shot. I
And
understand.
that's not ICE though. That's not ICE too.
Yeah, I
That's
understand that.
CBP and
I
right
understand,
DEA.
but the hype of this, we could do this right now. This is the most important thing. Meanwhile, we're about to invade Venezuela. Excuse me. Yeah, Venezuela,
Mhm.
and
Cuba.
China might go in, and Cuba, and China
Iran
might
is
go
the one
into
that they're,
Taiwan, and there's
yeah,
global
but
warming, and
Iran is
there's
another one.
flooding. There's there's fires going on. There's all kinds of news to cover stuff. People are quitting,
Ken, can I
walking
ask
away
a
from
question?
concert. Yeah. Wait a second. So I'm just talking about what is the viewpoint of the media. And I understand, like Julie said, this is going on now. It's not just the media, it's what you call networking, the Facebook and X and so forth. So you think that they're hyping it up to make the news story because it's the hottest thing
Everybody needs
going.
ratings, everybody needs clicks, right? And it's the media outlets that are putting the original content up on the social media channels. They need to stay alive. Their business is just like anybody else. They're not going to back down and ignore it if everybody else is covering it.
Right, right. And
So
I'm sure if anybody wants to place a bet, I'm sure there's six other homicides that have occurred this evening or when this event was occurring in Minnesota, because that's the
oh,
nature of the planet. That's the
oh,
world we live in.
yeah,
more
There's
than that.
but the
death
state,
is
but
among us.
no. There's
Yes, yes,
something
yes,
different.
yes.
No,
Yeah, but
there's something different when
But the
the
state,
state
And
kills somebody.
and there may
That's
be
something
the
different,
state.
Ken.
No,
No,
this
when
is
the
not an
state,
excuse me. It's not an execution.
What is? Because
What? No.
No. An
by the
execution is
state.
where the state says this person must be executed. You go to
Well,
court and they put you in the gas chamber, or they hang you,
or
or
the
they
firing
give you
squad.
a shot. And
That's a process. No, you're talking about a legal
that's an
process.
execution.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
execution.
Okay. All right, all right. Well, it's a murder
Or if
then. I don't know
somebody
what you want
walks,
to use.
now wait a minute, somebody
I don't
walks
know
up,
what you. What do you want to
Michael, if
use for the
somebody
word?
walks up to you and puts a gun to your head and blows you up, that's murder. That's
Okay.
an
The
execution.
state killed this woman.
No, the cop
Let me tell you
killed the
why.
woman.
Let me say that. No, no.
It's
Wait.
not the
Let me
state, it's the
explain.
cop.
I understand. Let me explain why I say that.
Yeah,
The reason I say that is because just like when I was in the military, I was
yeah,
empowered by the United States military, really by the country, to
yeah.
carry a weapon. And when
And
I was
to
carrying that
reinforce.
weapon and use it in another country, I
Yep.
was empowered. This officer is empowered by the state. So if the state either is going to hold this person accountable or not, and more than likely they're not. If they hold the person accountable, then you're right. It was that person. But if this person is not held accountable in any way and is not punished in any way, then the state has sanctioned that person's death, and which is probably going to happen, which means
Okay,
that the
so
state did it.
Michael, let's go
Because that
into this.
person would not be carrying the weapon.
Thank you,
The
Michael.
person
Let me go
wouldn't be
into this.
carrying the weapon if it wasn't for that person being an
Thank
agent
you,
of the state.
Michael, you were in the military. You had the right to carry a gun. You could have used it to kill anybody at your discretion, and the government could back you or not back you.
That's right.
Of your peers, of the other people that you were there with, who had the same level of access to make harm, to use weapons, to kill people at their own. How many people were in your platoon with the same facilities you had? 20? I don't know. I was never in the military.
Platoons are in different sizes, and I can't really say, but so I don't know. Go ahead. What is the
Well, some people were more susceptible, or some people were more able, or some people had lower IQs, or some people were more had bigger issues, and some people were more racist, and some people were
okay?
less.
Okay.
So it's individual event that occurred. Not every police officer, not every ICE member is maliciously attacking the public.
I didn't say
That's
that.
this officer.
I didn't say
This
that though.
officer did what he did. It's
Right.
one person. In the meantime, so the media is jumping all over this. In the meantime, we got things going on in the government. Some people feel democracy is being thrown out the window. Some people are concerned about lots of stuff.
Right.
But settling on this thing, this is like a movie star taking her clothes off. This is the most important thing. You got to see this. Wait, we got 3 more cameras on it, and they're just in on this, in on this, in on this, and they're not covering the other stuff. They just said to dedicate more time to this because it's if it bleeds, it leads, and so forth. It's not a racist incident, right? As far as I can tell at this point, nobody's making a claim that they did this because she was a minority. She's not a
She was.
Somalian,
Well,
so it's very
But I think
different.
that's why there is the outrage, right? I mean, I think that's
Yeah.
the unfortunate reality is that the reason that there is the outrage is because she wasn't. It's the same reason that, what's her name? The little blonde girl, Gabby Petito, got wall-to-wall media coverage was because she was a cute little white girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, and she went missing. And they
Oh,
thought that
yeah,
her
yeah.
boyfriend did it. And at the meantime, while that case was going on, while they were doing the searches, there were 2 other people with missing family members in the same park that were pleading for media coverage. Hey, look for my relative too. Nobody covered it.
Right.
Mm.
Okay.
you know
So, I
something?
mean, I thought there was a general rule amongst activists or people who cover pundits that say, I wait 24 hours. I wait 24 hours before I start getting all excited about some event that occurred, salacious event like this.
Ken, can I just
It's just childish,
Ken,
Oh, we got
Ken,
you. We got you. We got you. We
Ken,
got you. Got you.
Ken,
Got you.
Ken, you asked a question
Yeah.
about the media. Okay,
The media. Right.
what happens in a newsroom? The people sit around, the editors sit around. Okay, you have the different departments, the editors sit around and they discuss. Actually, They were are fairly accurate scenes like this in the film version of All the President's Men.
Right,
Obviously,
right, right. Yeah, the camera's
they spin
running and they're
around,
running down the business, running
they
through
run
the.
down the stories, which one goes to page one, which they give priority to. They have
Yeah,
to make decisions like that because there is a lot going on, and you
yeah,
can't put everything on page one.
yeah.
So the fact of the matter is, if you take the television or the video, the online, forgetting about the pundits and all the independents, I'm talking about the shall we say standard sources of information. They have to make a decision as to what stories are going to get priority on that day, and that's what they do. You may not agree with it, but if you were in the same situation, you'd have to make a decision. And you try to do it without just doing, you try to do it in the most objective way possible. There's no such thing as total objectivity. I know that. But you try to do it in the most objective way possible. And then you make your decisions and you go with the story. Now, what you're saying is, are they doing this story and only this story? That's another matter. But I don't see that. I see this as a top story for some media outlets, the top story, but I don't see it as the only, I haven't seen it as the only story. When JFK was assassinated, it was almost exclusive, but this is not that kind of case. The other stories are getting out there, but they're not, shall we say, in the top right-hand corner, what we used to say, which is the part of the front page that gets the most attention. So
Okay.
that's the answer.
Yep.
Can I explain myself, Ken, please?
Sure. Go ahead, Michael.
All right, it's Michael. So the reason I got excited is because you compared what I consider to be a killing by the state, because I believe anyone who carries a weapon that is authorized by the state, that they are agent of the state, to a regular murder. And I know in my community, unfortunately, there are many murders, black on black crime, as they call it, just like there's white on white crime. People do not get as upset about those as when a police officer kills one of us. And the reason is because I believe that we don't have any control over that. And we feel like it's an oppressive move by our nation and the state. So that's why I got upset, because I don't see that as being the same thing. I can do certain things about the crimes that happen in my community that have to do with poverty or education or things like that. Things that have to do with the police killing us is a whole nother subject. So that's the reason I got upset. I don't
Oh,
see them as being the same thing. Now, I agree with you, though, that this is not the only thing we should focus on. Of course, we need to talk about all these other things, especially as the executive director of Veterans for Peace. I do want to talk about Venezuela. However, I think one of the reasons that there is a focus on this is because this represents a larger story about Trump using ICE in our communities, which is also connected to Trump using the National Guard in our communities, which is also connected to Trump just using the military in general, like invading Venezuela. All these things are connected. The rise in authoritarianism, the rise in fascism, the racism, all of it. So
Uh-huh.
this represents that for people. And so that's one of the reasons I think there's a lot of vitriol and upsetness about it. But yes, we should talk about other things too. So I just want you to know that.
but I also wanted to say one thing in your also in your defense, Michael, if I may. Um,
Please.
uh,
I like defense for me.
well, good. It's but you're absolutely right. When the state sanctions someone to carry a firearm and use it, like in the James Bond movies, you have a 00 number,
Yep.
um, a license to kill. Basically, they do have a license to kill. That means if somebody does it and the state does not and kills somebody, abuses that privilege, that right, so to speak, and the state takes no action, the state is responsible. In other words, the person who gives the order, and this goes back to war crimes, the person who gives the order or who sets the stage for it, if they do not take action when somebody breaches the laws of engagement, then they are accepting responsibility for that crime and that breach, if you want to put it that way. So that to me, that's covered by United States law, United States constitutional law. It's covered by international law. It's been covered since the Second World War by these things. There is a responsibility of command if the command does not take action, and they are the ones who have basically legalized that person to take the actions that he did. That's all.
Thank you.
No. I mean, you articulated. I'm being redundant here, but that's actually said in law. However,
Okay.
we don't have much law in this country anymore. But go on.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Jim, are you back? Jim was looking to see whether or not China is moving in to protect
What
Venezuela.
it was the issue of their
An
tankers.
oil ship, a
Their
tanker.
tankers are coming into. There's a tanker coming in, and another tanker behind it that is a Chinese flag tanker. So what is the United States going to do if they decide to go pick up oil? Because remember, most of the oil coming out of Venezuela goes to China, and that's an interesting question. Uh, Now, the other thing that happened today, of course, was you had further. If you look at the news, they're further talking about there's this whole ridiculous assertion about, well, he's going to buy Greenland, he's going to occupy Greenland. Um, and then you have a clarification, at least coming out of the classified briefings, that they feel that they can quarantine the oil coming out of Venezuela and they will force them to accede to the demands of the United States. So theoretically, 20 to 50 million barrels are to be sold and controlled by the Trump administration, um, which again, uh, is, we can talk about that. I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about modern steamboat diplomacy, 21st century style, similar to what occurred throughout Latin American history. Um, they're talking about Cuba because the issue of Cuba has come up. So, Trump is going through this whole razzle dazzle with Cuba, with Venezuela, Colombia. He's threatened Colombia, and then of course Greenland, and then Canada came in the mix, I believe, over the weekend too. So, and he demonstrated concretely by what occurred, because we talked about this at great length for the past 2 days. Um, this is, uh, the national security policy of the United States, as articulated by the Trump administration, being made real. Now, what's going to happen in terms of the impact? And of course, the Danes have quite rightly said that if the United States decides to come in and seize Greenland, they've got a huge, all these NATO countries lined up opposing that. It could be the dissolution of NATO, which again, Trump has said he wants to do. So, highly unusual times we're living in.
Right. So what
What
do
about
you
the seizing of the Russian flag ship?
Yeah, the Russian ships. Yeah, they pursued two ships. It's funny,
And
they
why did
got
that take so
one.
long?
Well, they were chasing them. They were chasing them throughout the Atlantic. So one of them they got exactly off the coast of Ireland, and the other one they got coming towards Venezuela. They eventually sort of snagged it with a helicopter raid. I guess outside the island chains, Leeward Island chain, out of where the islands are in the Antilles and all that. Uh, but these are other things that they're talking about. So essentially, from their point of view, they essentially effectively have blockaded Venezuela's ability to earn foreign exchange. Now, the other question is what's happening internally inside Venezuela as a result of this. And then we haven't even talked about the trial I understand that Barry Pollock is leading the defense team, at least initially. Barry Pollock was actually Julian Assange leads a lawyer in England. So he is part of the defense team of Maduro and his wife in the court in Manhattan. Excuse me. Yeah, I guess he was arraigned in Manhattan, not in Brooklyn.
Yes.
So we got that dimension going on. But I'm pretty sure that tomorrow there'll be demonstrations in New York. There's demonstrations going on in Minneapolis over what just happened. And, again, Trump is going to double down. He's not going to change. And I think earlier Julie raised the question of what bleeds, it leads. And that is true when you deal with international stories. Now, Trump, of course, has been able to achieve by this. And I think he's also going to, as I mentioned yesterday, I think we're going to see some sudden military action in Gaza and in Lebanon because you have the question of where we're at in terms of the stage of implementing the quote peace agreement end quote, both in Lebanon and in the Gaza. Um, but he has his objective interest to make sure that the Epstein files stay off the front page, which, as you saw last week, have now multiplied to 5.2 million pages, which they estimate they have to have 400 lawyers go over for about, 30 to 40 days. So that, of course, hurts him politically if that information comes out, drips and drabs. He still hasn't answered part of the legislation they passed, which talks about explaining why they redacted what and what for. So, and I doubt very much he's going to explain it to them. So, what's going to happen with Congress is going to be very interesting because Congress is now confronted with a situation where the lead that the Republicans have in the House has narrowed because of Marjorie Taylor Greene and that California congressman who just died. Um, and so Johnson has to really marshal his troops and make sure there's no defections. But I think the Epstein file issue is one which weakened them, and we'll see what happens.
Well, I have a question about this. If everything Trump is doing, he will go so far as to start a nuclear war just so that the Epstein files don't come out. I mean, the question is, this is really has to do with his own insanity because why would he care about that when his followers, his supporters, the MAGA people, they don't care. If it came out that he raped a 13-year-old girl, they'd still support him. And he claims he knows that. So what is he getting upset about? What can come out to a person that is above the law right now that is going to get him that's driving him bananas? I mean, at this point, because he's got a lock on everything, we're in a perfect storm. He's got Congress, he's got the Supreme Court for the most part, and he's got his supporters out there. Well, even though they're not a majority, they're a sizable enough minority to control things. What is he so upset about? I mean, starting a war is could be far worse for him.
This is Berto.
Yeah, go on, Berto.
Berto, how are you?
How are you doing? I think we are being very naive and very linear in thinking that Trump makes all the decisions of his administration. I think this whole shit is being driven by Marco Rubio and crazy Stephen Miller. Marco Rubio has this fucking obsession with being the czar of Latin America. And then this is his dream. This Cuban American, who's been trying to overthrow Cuba for the past 60 years, now has a chance to overthrow Cuba and all so-called progressive states in Latin America. And then you have Stephen Miller, who says that we have the right to do whatever the fuck we want in Latin America because it's our background, it's ours. So I think that you have to reevaluate how you're analyzing things.
Well, and Bertold raised a very good point. Good old Stephen Miller. Because Stephen Miller, of course, is quite a character. Here you got Stephen Miller, who is a protege of David Horowitz. And for those guys David Horowitz was the Ramparts editor who got caught up in all these imbroglios. Remember, there's a famous incident where the Black Panthers killed the secretary, the treasurer of the Black Panther Party, and that was a friend of Horowitz. So that starts his path down into his conservative thinking. I actually had a class with David Horowitz many, many years ago. I'll never forget. It was like, and that was when he was a radical. So Horowitz, of course, became the mentor of Stephen Miller. And you got this whole situation where Miller is someone who is a fan of, and this sort of kills me. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of that writer, the French writer Raspiel, who did The Camp of the Saints. The Camp of the Saints is sort of this right-wing racist classic novel, a dystopian novel, which talks about how what would happen if unlimited immigration from the third world hits Europe. And he actually started to write about this novel years ago. He was down at Duke University when the whole lacrosse team scandal occurred down there at Duke. Um, so Miller is, and I think I've sent out to you guys that intellectual history of Trumpism. I think I sent it to you, Bertel, just a little while ago. But I intend to get her on. But Miller, to me, has been, and Miller is, what kills me is that they then said initially that Miller was to be the person who run the Venezuela policy. And now it's Mark Rubio. So Miller is clearly involved with this. And that between him and Mark Rubio, as Bertold mentioned, Mark Rubio has been very much involved in wanting to, the whole idea of the Cuban immigrants trying to overthrow Castro ever since the Bay of Pigs. So we're going back into the 1961. This has been a dream of Cuban exiles, and so it's a very volatile, dangerous situation. And if the Chinese start sending naval vessels in there to fight through, or that could escalate into a whole different kind of circumstance. I can't see the United States. Well, no, the United States probably would. They'll probably say, "Look, you can't come in here. You can't. Chinese ship, get out." And that's going to escalate this whole thing into an unnecessary international crisis.
Well, the question then becomes: is the United States
international crisis already? We are seizing the assets of China and Russia because all are their assets. They are buying this crude oil and that are being transported. So these are Chinese assets. China has invested $9 billion on a contract with Venezuela, I believe, lending them $9 billion. And then the oil is the collateral. Okay, plus yeah. So the oil is the collateral. I don't know if you guys realize that the Venezuelan economy GDP increased by 9% this past year because of Chinese investment and this whole situation. So Venezuela is quickly getting out of the grip of the United States, and they were supposed to start buying the oil and have the Chinese pay them with their currencies as well. So that would be the death of the United States right there. That's what was about to happen. That's why they took out Gaddafi. That's why they took out Iraq. So it's a lot more than that. And apparently somebody also just mentioned something else that just we can put a plug in my whole theory. All the 90% or 80% of the resources of all the minerals that we need for AI and all of these new technology, wind energy, is in Venezuela and America. A big chunk of that. So, China is probably like, well, the United States can have all the oil they want. I don't give a shit. But I think the policies are deeper than that. It's having access to those minerals that they're going to have to sell to. China is already like 28% solar powered, and then they're moving very quickly. when the United States pulled out and didn't want to collaborate, we thought that was going to crash. The United States is crashing. Everything else is going to be solar powered, and the oil is going to be totally useless. The question is how long is that going to take? And the solar power is already very cheap because it's being mass produced and distributed. So I think all of these factors needs to be analyzed and put together and researched to see really what's going on here. Things are a little more complicated than that.
Just one point, Berthold, I agree with you, but I think things are also simple too. I think they can be both. One thing about Trump is that I think that the people in his administration have to work within a certain framework of his personality and how he wants to be seen, because he doesn't want anybody to be seen ahead of him, and in more control than he is. I'm sure that they are manipulating him to some degree, but the most important thing for him, and this is one way you can manipulate him, is to fill that narcissistic deep pit that he has. And as much as you can fill that, you can get him to move in one direction or another. But there's some pieces that he has for himself that he has to do in order to feel a certain way about himself. So the reason I think he keeps talking about like Greenland, for example, and wanting to take this and that is because he wants to see himself as a conqueror. He wants to see himself as putting his imprint on foreign policy. He wants to get that Nobel Peace Prize. So people might be telling him different ways to do it, which, like you're saying with Marco Rubio or whoever, to get him to move in a certain direction for their own policy reasons. But don't be mistaken that it doesn't fit into his worldview of himself, because he needs to have that. That is central to his personality. And maybe they figured it out to maneuver him enough. But at any moment, any one of them can get burned, because if he's not central to what's happening, if he doesn't look like he's in control or feel like he's in control, he will push you out and burn you, throw you under the bus, because he doesn't give a fuck about nothing but himself.
Yeah.
And add to that, he's a pathologically insecure person. So
Yes.
there's no it.
Yes.
So you think the generals, the Marco Rubios, the Steve Millers, and all those crazies who really have the power, the real power, are going to let him do all the things that he wants to do? Because I don't see this happening. I see sometimes at one point them just like shutting him down. I see them like even killing him. If he Trump cannot just do all these things without the tacit support of some idiot generals and military guys who are supporting him.
Well, look who he's put in charge. See, in the past, he put in people who actually knew how to do things.
Yeah.
Now he has people who don't know how to do things, right? And the only reason they have any power is because of him. The only person, Marco Rubio, is not exactly that. He's not one of them. But those other people, they wouldn't be there if it wasn't for him. Everything about them right now is because of him. They owe him everything, right? So no, I don't necessarily, I'm not going to say they wouldn't, but they'd have to get a backbone that they don't have right now.
Yeah.
And add to that, it's easy to get things done as long as Trump gets all of the credit and none of the blame. It's not a matter of what's being done. It's a matter of just him getting credit if it seems to him that it's working, and not getting blamed if it doesn't.
That's true.
So he doesn't have a policy. He doesn't have a worldview.
Well,
These guys have a policy.
well, see, the thing is, I do think that as much and as I have a low opinion of him, I do think he's learned from his first administration. And, he's certainly has a very well organized second administration. And look at what we're dealing with. We're not even a year into it. And we're dealing with all this
My speaker to work.
combination of domestic and foreign policy issues that are going on all the time. But in terms of military, that's why this whole thing with Mark Kelly and Jason Crow, and when he went after these 6 Congress people and senators, Congress people who had been on active service, and basically, brought up the question of following unlawful orders. And of course, they show how Hegseth, when he was a Fox News host, made the same kind of comments about 6 or 7 years ago. He doesn't want people to be aware of the fact that they're actually taught along the lines of the Nuremberg laws, the Nuremberg war crimes trials, on the question of unlawful orders. And he wants people to ignore that. Remember, he brought in all those flag officers and general officers into Quantico, 2,000 of them, and sort of read them the riot act. And he sort of jokingly said, well, if you guys don't want to agree with me, you can leave. I can fire you right now. I think he started the whole meeting that way. So you got this, and then what did he do? He raised the defense budget to historically very large numbers. I think it's close to $1 trillion. So he's counting on the military to basically not give him shit the way that Mattis did, the way that General Kelly did, the way that McMaster did when they were in the positions of power in the first administration. Now, what is interesting about this situation is that, yeah, they pulled off, I don't expect anything but what happened on Saturday to have occurred with a complicated raid launched by JSOC and Special Operations Command. Remember, what's the media talking about? They all begin their preface with, oh, this is a brilliant operation, brilliant operation. Then what's the aftermath? What's the then what about this? And that's where they're going to fall flat in their face, because they just are trying to, what the internal situation in Venezuela. They decided not to put back into power or reinforce these people who were opposed to Maduro, Machado, and the other people who did pretty well in the election. They just didn't put them in. Too bad we lost Bertold. But anyway, so they got a complicated situation going on, which I think is going to be overwhelming for them. And they will stir up internal political processes in Venezuela, which are beyond the control of even someone like Trump and Stephen Miller. They can't control what Venezuelans on the ground decide to do and say, go fuck yourself.
Isn't that unusual? Isn't that what usually happens?
Yeah,
That's
the usual MO. That's the usual MO.
That is his MO. Just do it, and we'll worry about if it doesn't work. We'll worry about that later.
Yeah, but what's interesting? What's interesting about this? What's even more half-assed about this is the MO is, at least in the case of Iraq, they now, of course, they messed up that, but they had the Iraq study group. They had all this planning that fell apart very quickly. But it sounds to me like these guys haven't done any of that. That they assumed that basically they could squeeze them economically and force them and coerce them to do what they want. In the case of Vietnam, we were, we were supporting the French. We supported we set up the South Vietnamese government. We intervened with troops. We studied this. In this case, these guys haven't even done the basic stuff. And of course, what resulted in all those studies.
Didn't you see the article in the Daily Telegraph that actually says they don't have, there's no plan. There's,
Well, well, it's funny tonight. It's the first time we ever had Bertold join us.
oh, yeah, right.
That was sort of fun to get
Oh, wait,
because
he's back.
Bertold. Well, is Bertold back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Okay. Okay. Well,
I had a problem with my speaker. You know, like technology is a little
right.
challenging. But listen, guys, I have one quick question though. Um. Oh man, I just skipped my mind. Yeah. So so Brazil is being very defiant. Colombia next door is being very defiant, and they know the United States can blow them up, right? Um, so we have China moving in right now. You know, apparently it's confirmed that they have a few boats moving in closer to Venezuela. The Chinese apparently are doing war games analysis in the as far as the Caribbean is concerned. You know, the Chinese, if we are hearing about this, that's probably something they have already planned and practiced for the past 10 years already. They plan ahead. Uh, they're not going to let $9 billion of whatever money that they lended to Venezuela be gone like that. It's seized by the United States. You know, and so I mean this is a serious situation. And
Oh, great.
and then there's another thing that I just kind of, you know, I mean, hear you guys talk about it, but you know, what the fuck exactly is it proven that Maduro is a dictator and then is oppressing his people? I mean, if I were him, I would kill a lot more people in Venezuela. All those rich white fucking filthy rich Edelson and all these fucking people that are plotting. You know how many coup d'etat have been playing? I will get the information and send it to you. Jimmy can send it to the list. There was a bunch of people from the oppositions that were coming down and killing the poor people, the black people, on a regular basis, raiding them. And then I think the Maduro government and all that stuff organized a mild, you know, containment of these people. And this is where this whole thing about Maduro is the dictator and all of that shit. So I, you know, I am lazy, but if any of you guys have time and then the ability to research, to document what the fuck are they talking about? This government is a dictatorship, you know, and then compare it to any other freaking thing that we are supporting. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any proof of them being a dictatorship. Everybody accepts that as fait accompli.
Right.
You know, and it's
Yeah.
like, you know, everybody says he's a dictator, and now they're coming out with some drug dealing stuff. Maduro is not an idiot. He doesn't need the goddamn drug money. I mean, he may have made a deal with some drug dealers, tell them to leave Venezuela alone. I won't touch you. Don't mess around with the country, and then we'll have a truce or something like that. But he's not dealing drugs. Man, you know, that is the same thing for Noriega. You know, it's unbelievable. Like, you know, how stupid can we be as a people?
Very.
Well, that's
You know,
why that trial's going to go on for
Right.
years down there in Lower Manhattan.
And there,
Okay.
Berthold, remember again, if you know, it's been said several times on like, you know, CNN and
MSNBC,
MSNBC that the U.S.'s chosen candidate won 80% of the vote in the election, which is, you know, I
Yeah.
mean, absurd. Won by, you know, that's fantasy. But they report that like it's real. So, you know, these are not serious people.
Go on, Kenny.
And
What are you
then
going
we're
to say?
talking, you know, mainstream American media. I mean, it's if
Well,
anybody with a half a brain were to interrogate, like, who wins an election where again, you know, 80% on anything in any democracy.
The question is, in 1978, 79, we had the Contragate that was blown up by WBAI and Pacifica. What the heck
Right.
is Pacifica doing? I mean, those right wing. Never mind. You know, I'll refrain from making comments.
All right. Well, anyway, go on, Kenny.
We should be covering this
Right.
24/7 throughout the entire network.
Right. No, I agree. I agree 100%. And it should be like a extended teach-in all the time going on. It's a perfect opportunity. And I guess you guys get a little sense of, Bertolt and I would have these kind of political conversations all the time when he was general manager. But anyway, Kenny, you were going to jump in with something? You got on mute,
You got to
Kenny.
mute. You muted yourself.
I have a video on the grades of oil, where they come and why Trump is trying to get his hands on the Venezuelan oil.
Yeah.
All right, let's see that.
Just, all right, let me see if I can get to it. Okay, wait a minute. Just give me a moment.
And by the way, it's great to have both Michael and Bertold on tonight. Thank you guys for coming.
Yeah, thank you. I do have to run now. So
Yeah,
I
I
hope
know.
I have a chance to speak to you all in the near future.
Yeah, we'll let you know what's
I
going
hope
on.
so.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
guys,
for coming,
take care.
Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, Michael. Happy New Year.
Happy
Yeah.
New Year to all of you.
All right.
We hope.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Right.
Michael,
Okay, I'm going to shift over to it now.
just to identify who Michael is the president of Veterans for Peace.
What, the national?
The
Veteran?
national president for Veterans for
Okay.
Peace.
Okay, congratulations, Michael. One second. Let's see. Oh yeah, I got to turn on the sound things. And I don't even know how to do it with the advanced portion of the screen. Here we go. Come on.
Hearing something, we're not seeing anything, Ken.
All right. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Move it back and start.
Now, Donald Trump is insisting that the main reason he's interested in Venezuela, the main reason the US is kind of looking at tankers off the coast of Venezuela comes back to drugs, the trade, the smuggling of illegal drugs out of Venezuela. But what if it's not just that? Maybe there's something else going on. What if it's partly about oil? Now, on the surface, you might be thinking, why does America even need Venezuelan oil? And I can kind of understand your point, because if you look at just total oil production, look, this is up until 2005, the US was there, Venezuela was there, Saudi Arabia was there. But as you probably know, since then, everything has changed. Look, American
can you
output
increase the volume?
way above Saudi Arabia. Look at crude oil.
Okay, hold on a minute. What do you mean? No, that's it. Let me see. Wait. Let me try one thing here. Sounds. No, let's try this. Nope, that's it. That's the sound.
One of the minerals.
I'll slow
now,
it down a
21st
little.
biggest producer in the world. So again, that question, why should America care? Well, in the US, that big rise is largely down to this. It's down to the shale revolution. So you've got fracking all around the US producing extraordinary amounts of crude oil. And here's where we get to the interesting bit. Because when you're thinking about crude oil, maybe you're just thinking about, well, look, barrels of oil. It's all the same, isn't it? Well, actually, no. So if you kind of look at crude oil, there are various different types of crude in different parts of the world. There's actually kind of various different ways you can categorize it. But one way you can look at it is look at the kind of density. So you're basically looking at how thick that crude is. And when I say thick, I mean literally how thick. This is showing you global production broken down by the density of that oil. And so you've got the kind of medium stuff. And this is probably, if you've got kind of image in your mind of what crude oil looks like, it's a bit like this, it's kind of black, but it's not too viscous, it flows around. But there's other stuff as well. So this is light crude. And it kind of almost looks like a smoothie, doesn't it? And that's the same stuff. This is still crude oil, but down to the kind of geological and the biological conditions in the ground when it was being formed, hundreds of millions of years ago, it comes out looking a bit different. And so that's light. You've also got heavy stuff. And it's kind of relatively small in global production. But this is gloopy, super viscous stuff. heavy oil. So heavy, medium, light. Remember that. And remember also, the key thing here is you get it out of the ground, it may look like that, but ultimately you still need it to go into, someone's car, or indeed, be turned into chemicals. Basically, you need to process it. And that processing, that happens in places like this, in refineries. And there are refineries all over the world, of course. There are refineries all over the US as well. There's kind of more than 100 of them. And if we kind of look at where those refineries are, well, so there's some in California. So the history in America, actually, historically, a lot of the early Californian oil, that was the heavy, gloopy stuff. And if you look at kind of some of the refineries in America, so here are some of the refineries. There's one in LA there. These are the 10 biggest. You've got some up here around kind of towards Canada. We'll kind of come to that in a second. But a lot of them are down there, kind of Texas, Louisiana, on the coast. And here's the critical thing. These refineries are primarily set up for heavy oil, for taking that gloopy stuff and turning it into gasoline and all of the other different products. But here's where things get interesting. And remember that chart I showed you a moment ago, the one which showed kind of shale oil and how it kind of went through the roof? The oil that's generally produced with shale oil, the fracking oil, that comes out of the ground mostly in the light form. So it's the smoothie. It's sometimes actually even clear. It comes out of the ground clear rather than black. And that's the majority of American production right now. Shale oil tends to be light stuff. And actually, that's kind of going back 10 years. Look at where we are now. Look at those bars. In the last few years, the amount of light oil being produced in the US has gone up and up and up, and the amount of kind of heavy stuff has gone down. But back to those refineries. They need to be fed. If America's going to have gasoline, it needs to feed those refineries with heavy oil. So if you look at the kind of imports coming into America, in recent years, even though America is producing so much oil, more oil than it's ever produced before, it still needs to suck in loads of oil from overseas. And the type of oil we're talking about, it used to be, it's mostly heavy crude. It used to be only 12%. So only 12% of imports were heavy, gloopy crude. Now, it's about 70%. So 70% of the oil coming into America, which it needs to basically keep its economy going, is heavy crude. And where does heavy crude come from? Well, here are some of the big countries where you find most of it. It's Canada and Venezuela. There's one other I'll come to in a second, which we'll come back to. But it's Canada and it's Venezuela where you get most of this heavy crude oil, which is why, about to think about where those refineries are, they're mostly set up kind of, you've got some in the north there to get the heavy oil coming out of Canada, and you've got some around the kind of Louisiana and elsewhere and Texas to get that heavy oil that comes in from Venezuela. That was kind of the way they were set up. And it's really expensive to rebuild these things. You can't just chuck out a refinery very easily overnight. Some came from Mexico and the Gulf of Mexico as well, and that was pretty heavy too. So that's the picture in America. And the upshot is, even though America is producing more and more oil, the imports, this is showing you imports of oil into America, are still really high. And if you break down those imports by the country that stuff is coming from, well, there's Venezuela. And it used to be a decent slug, actually more coming from Venezuela just about than from Canada, just at the turn of the millennium. But now look at what's happened since. Right now, Canada has gone from 15% of all of the US imports of oil to 61%. 61%. And Venezuela is basically next to nothing. But here's what's tantalizing, and here's the reason I think that a lot of people are looking towards Venezuela and thinking, well, there's more to this than just drugs. Look at total oil reserves around the world. The higher these bars are, the more oil there is in the ground, so that hasn't yet been taken out of the ground. So there you've got Saudi, Iran, Iraq, all of the usual suspects. But the biggest of all, and this is according to various different sources, the biggest of all is Venezuela. And what's that oil? It's the heavy, tarry stuff that you might well want to put into those American refineries. And there is really only one other place in the world that has a kind of serious amount of heavy oil other than Canada and Venezuela. And lo and behold, guess where that is? It's Russia. All of which is to say, it matters what kind of oil America needs. It's worth just delving into these kind of nuances because that helps you understand a little bit more about the backstory of geopolitics.
This AI can forecast U.S. stock prices to the penny.
Okay.
This is where it says NVIDIA stock will close tomorrow. You can view this forecast right
Now I've just got to figure out how to unshare, stop the sharing. I think, where am I here? Come on.
Red button, Ken.
There we go. Okay, yeah, so that's That's the non-political. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the geoeconomy,
Yeah.
geopolitics.
Well, so
Blah
it,
blah blah. It is communism, capitalism, but it's the oil, and
of course.
and the oil, the petroleum business is not just automobiles. You can have all electric and all solar power and everything. You still got to make Tupperware. You still got to make mostly the parts of almost everything that you operate on, that you get involved with, including the clothes you wear, are derivative from petrol, from fossil
Petroleum
fuel,
products. Yeah.
rayon, all of that magic stuff, plastics.
Yeah.
So,
Well, not just that, there's like a internal market stuff, which is that this is also a fight between Chevron, which still is working in
in
Venezuela, and
right.
Exxon that got kicked out by doesn't used to before
Oh, there
Chavez
was.
was doing all the business, and they
Actually,
want
that's not
back in. Of
correct. They
course,
left
everybody.
on their own because they didn't like the deal.
Yeah,
No,
they
no, no,
want
no.
back
Wait
in.
a second.
And if
Slow down.
if
Slow
we
down.
take over Venezuela, Exxon gets to basically muscle Chevron out, and that's going to be tens of billions of dollars for them. Well, over several years.
If
So
they can, if they can make that out.
that's definitely people would kill for that kind of money, and
Yeah.
obviously they have.
Yeah.
Well,
They would murder President.
actually,
Exxon would kill
Ken,
President Trump if they could make that much money.
what you're
Anybody
saying
would.
is that basically, what that video shows is that the reserves, they're not after the
Yeah,
actual oil being produced, they're after the reserves. And that makes perfect sense. I mean, first of all, even though Canada has large amount of reserves, not nearly as large, but large enough. The United States has alienated Canada; they can't control it anymore,
right.
and therefore now they have if they go in there, they'll have a country they have total control over, with the largest reserves in the world, and yeah,
Yeah,
it makes perfect sense.
right.
But the idea is the pattern that's being set also is what defines what one of the definitions of a rogue nation is a nation that thinks they can just go in and take whatever they want from another nation. They can just go in and take it over or something. Then the United States would be a rogue nation. Sure, Venezuela's got that, but those the largest reserves. But instead of negotiating with them, or at
Yeah,
least trying to influence the type of government they have, so it's friendly to the United States, this administration says, "What are we dealing with all that difficult stuff? Why don't we just go in and militarily and take it for ourselves?" And if the entire world starts doing that, then well, that's the end of what we call
right.
human civilization. We
Well,
go
no,
back to the
there's
Dark Ages.
nothing to stop, say, with this precedent. Again, you want
Everybody.
to point out, well, Russia from kidnapping Zelensky. Again, Russia doesn't think Zelensky is the legitimate president of Ukraine, just like we say, Maduro's not the legitimate president. So there's no reason, in international law, they can't, you just kidnap the guy.
Well,
That also applies to say, like, if China decides, let's kidnap the president of Taiwan. Of course, they don't. And in fact, again, the entire,
I'm not,
in an international legal sense, Taiwan's a part of China. That's an internal thing. And
I'm not even
at the
talking about
UN,
that,
there's
Alex.
no Taiwanese
I'm,
president.
I'm
So,
going. I'm
Chinese
going a step.
commandos fly into Taipei
I'm
and
going a step beyond
grab
that,
them.
Alex. What I'm saying is not just kidnapping the president, but taking the entire
Oh,
country.
sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They certainly can make the say, yeah, well, if the US can do it, so can we.
Right. And then you have what we had during the Dark Ages.
Oh,
So, end of, of what we want to call world civilization.
What you
So
have is the European model, which we've been operating on for a very long time, and we need to stop.
well,
it's worse than that, Daryl. I think it's even worse than that. It's taking the European model and then going taking it to an extreme, which is it's not even colonialism anymore.
It's just grabbing it's just taking over the country.
Well,
I mean, which
that's
is
what
what
colonialism
colonialism is. But the fact of the
That's the
matter is,
European model.
right. But the idea is now we're talking about doing
I'm
it,
bigger than you. I can take everything you have.
and
And you
that's what
have to submit to me because I'm better than you because I'm bigger than you.
might makes right. So the fact of the matter,
Yes.
yeah. But even in the, I mean, relative to this type of situation, the colonial model looks relatively, as bad as it is, looks relatively benign almost. Because this is just saying we're going to take it and fuck you. And as far as he's concerned, probably all Venezuelans will just can just disappear. I mean, this could go really even worse. As bad as it has been in the past or is now, this can get so bad that, as Alex was alluding to, everybody can say, well, then everything is up for grabs. I mean, there's not even a
So
recognition.
so the question then is, what as quote unquote citizens are we doing to stop this person or regime from acting the way it's acting? Are we prepared to put, what's the guy's name from Berkeley? Put our bodies in the gears of the machine to stop it. And I
That's a
don't
good
see that kind of consciousness coming out of the American public who's still
no,
complaining about the price of eggs.
Well, yeah, it's
no,
Mario Savio.
no. I don't. I put it this way: we should actually be
Yeah.
discussing what can we do about it. But the fact of the matter is, right now that looks pretty dim. But that is
Well,
the $1 billion question.
Right, because most people don't make the connection to what's going on at home. Because again, it's always the imperial boomerang. And in fact, again, exactly what, I don't know if you guys discussed it already. The shooting in
yeah,
Minneapolis.
we spent an hour on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Done it to death.
if you're lawless and don't have any morality abroad, that there's no reason you can't. The same government
Well,
can't do the same exact kind of things at home, and that's what ICE is doing. That's ICE is being lawless
Yeah.
there again, and there's no
that
accountability to
lawlessness is
them.
going on. That lawlessness is going on continually. I mean, what's stunning is we're talking about what happened Saturday. They launched the raid. We're up to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and there's been one thing after the next unfolding, uh, and it's expanding out globally. With him, talking about invading here, taking this over, taking that over, and it's quite extraordinary. And what the Congress is going to do about it, I mean, look what he did with Marjorie Taylor Greene. He forces her out. Lauren Boebert, he basically screwed her in a constituency piece of legislation. He vetoed that. That's been argued about for a long time. And I think there's another thing they're talking about, a climate change center they want to knock out in the state of Colorado.
Right.
So he's taking revenge, using the bully pulpit of the presidency to take revenge. And he's promised that anybody who opposes him will be primaried out.
Well,
Um,
actually, what happened? What did Hitler do with the SA?
He's not physically a well man. I mean, do you hear this thing about he's been taking aspirin every day, like the same
Alex,
amount, like for 25
people,
years?
a lot of
Because he thinks
people
it's going to stop him from having a heart attack.
Well, no, Alex, that's been going on for decades and decades, where they recommend that people who have any type of possible heart condition take an aspirin every day. That's
But his
old hat.
doctor said he's taking too much. He's not listening to
well,
them.
I don't pretend to know his he lies about his medical condition anyway. We have no idea what the hell's going on with that guy.
And he's probably lying to himself as well. So
He could get a bleeding stomach. That would be interesting.
yeah,
From
maybe
the aspirin.
So, guys,
He'll save his heart, but his stomach will bleed him out.
can I be a little vindictive?
Okay. Yeah, Bertolt.
Yeah. For all of you, even some of you on this list, we always say, oh, there's no difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. It's so linear thinking, you know. And I mean, I don't claim that the Democrats are so much better and they care about the world and anything else. But when they care about what people say about them, and then and then they try to negotiate or try to fake to show that they care, it gives you a little leverage to negotiate, and then you can get them to vote to do certain things. The Republicans have never given a shit about anything. So all of you progressive who thought that, you know, the right or the Republican Donald Trump would be a better deal, I just would like you to go back and to reanalyze, reevaluate how you're thinking as a progressive, as a leftist. You know, I mean, it's very naive at best. So that's my vindictiveness. I'm done.
As a human being on the planet,
yeah,
I would suggest that we define what that means and then convince people that this regime, and I'll emphasize regime, is hell bent on doing things that are counterintuitive in the 21st century. They would prefer the 18th century, maybe the 19th century. The Democrats more like the 20th century, late 20th century. I have yet to see anyone advocating, no, wrong correction. I have yet to see the people who currently have the power address the 21st century in the context that if the AI people are correct, this government isn't prepared for what's coming. And what's coming is people in the streets, heavily armed, looking for food because they have zero employment and no, what do you call it? No benefit system that that will help them into the new quote unquote new age. And I'm unclear as to if you fail to have universal income of some kind and continual training, what that new age is going to look like.
Well, I do think there are differences between the Democratic. First of all, let's look at the Democratic Party is split throughout the country. And what Trumpism at this point, as we're experiencing it, is attempting to do is completely unravel. It's engaged in a massive counter revolution, frankly. They consciously talk about that. They're consciously out to destroy the New Deal. They're in the middle of doing that right now. The Great Society, all the reforms that were implemented since the 1930s are out to be destroyed. They want to destroy the federal government and replace it by a government that's loyal to them politically. So no meritocracy, no nothing. They just want a civil service that is loyal to them.
On the other
Period.
part of
And they articulate that. They articulate that as their objective. So that to me is a real distinction in terms of what they are arguing for and what the Democratic Party is. And look at how they label the Democratic Party. The left, if you read their rhetoric, I mean, do I consider Hakeem Jeffries or Senator Schumer the quote left, end quote? No, I don't. But that's the kind of stereotyping that they put everything in, a big sort of envelope that everybody who opposes them on the left. In fact, they will go even further with someone like Mamdani and call him a communist, which I also think is totally ridiculous. But that's what we're dealing with. And so, one has to decide, if you're going to sit there and sit on your behind and watch the midterm process just unfold and sort of be mired in sectarianism, which I'm not going to do, forget it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do my best and work as hard as hell to get all sorts of Democrats or progressives into Congress. And I don't care if they not might not be as quote politically right on as people may think. These guys have to be stopped. They have to have some check come into play because they don't give a damn about any sense of the co-equalness of the branches of government. Forget about it. That's not what they're into. They're into creating a theocracy. They talk openly about destroying the separation of church and state. That's an objective in the kind of ideas they're talking about in the past couple of years. And I'm not going to, that's the kind of America I'm going to oppose.
Jim,
I'll oppose that.
Jim, that's a structural problem of America.
I agree with
When the North and the South fought, how the fuck does New York City have two senators and North Dakota has two senators? It's not proportional, you know. And I would argue that since I've been alive 60 years, the Democrats have never had a majority. They have the Dixiecrat, the Bill Clinton, not a real Democrat. They had all these guys from down south, that call themselves red whatever Democrats. So the Democratic Party really never really had a majority. They never had the vote to really implement whatever it is that they're implementing. And now they're being infiltrated by those Bill Clinton and Al Gore type of people that are undermining people progressive in New York. That's why the House is as Republican, because they fucked up. They attacked a bunch of progressive Democrats in New York, and then you got turned Republican. So it's a structural problem, and we never really had the Democratic Party's majority.
Well, we could argue about that. We could argue about that. It probably takes a good hour to argue, but I would say that what just happened in the mayoral race is quite significant here in New York.
Yeah.
Because first of all, it was totally unexpected. I didn't expect Mamdani to do as well as he did, frankly. But it shows you that there's a lot of disgruntlement out there. And, the interesting thing about any kind of an analysis of Trump getting into the White House was that he played on that aspect of disgruntlement back in 2015, 2016, whatever we may say about how he mobilized people, because he was able to attract low propensity voters. And that's why they're so afraid that if they're running on a ticket in 2028 and they don't have him, they're not going to get those low propensity voters to come vote, which is what happened in November of last year when they lost those seats in the House and in the gubernatorial races throughout the country. So it's going to be a very dynamic political year, and we're in the midst of it. We're just seeing it's going to be nuts like this. I think it's going to be absolutely nuts like this from now on for this entire year.
So Jim, Trump is the head of the spear, but are we really surprised that the Republican Party is 100% behind all of this bullshit that he's doing? The Republican Party has been moving in that direction for the past since Ronald Reagan. So Trump would not exist without the Republican Party.
Well, no, I agree with that. I mean, but what I think is different in terms of how the past year has been is look at the fractures in MAGA. Would I have expected Marjorie Taylor Greene to, quote, be ousted as a heretic? No, and she's going to probably run for president. And then you look at what happened at Turning Point USA a couple of weeks ago. They're fighting about these tendencies within the Republican Party. I mean, I don't think anybody here is an admirer of Adolf Hitler. Nobody. Even, nobody here is. But yet, you have these debates within the Republican Party over people who are attached to Carl Schmitt. Carl Schmitt was a political theorist who became a jurist under Hitler. And he is a political theorist who basically believed and argued in his political theory that we should have an absolute dictatorship. Now you have Carl Schmitt. They've been actually arguing about Carl Schmitt as an intellectual guru for the Republican Party now for 2 decades, 3 decades. And that is something that is not going on in the Democratic Party or in progressive circles in the United States. The other thing is this whole debate with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes sitting there being racist, misogynistic beyond your wildest dreams. I mean, these guys are arguing to strip the vote from women. I mean, absolutely ridiculous stuff. And at the same time, the Gaza war, in the case, look at the splits they're having over the issue of Israel. Now, we can get into debates about what anti Semitism is, anti Semitism isn't. But if you're going to sit there and start mollycoddling outright Holocaust deniers, we're not talking about people who who will argue about, well, is Zionism racism or is it settler colonialism? We're talking about people who actually will defend Hitler's policies against Jews. And that to me is beyond the pale. And that's something not going on in the Democratic Party. And that's going on in the Republican Party right now. So these are amazing times to live through. And these are going to be the kind of stuff going on, that we're going to be dealing with for the rest of this year. That's for sure. All right, Kenny, do you want to bring up some other stuff?
Nah. I mean, there's lots of stuff, but I don't want to. Let's see if there's some other people who have a viewpoint on this. And what about Julie? What do you think about that? Is the Republican Party going completely fascist?
I think I think honestly that there is more than one Republican Party. I mean, I'm going to sound like a lunatic, but I think that there's more than one Republican Party that is operating under the same label, the same way that there's more than one Democrat Party. I was just talking to my son about this earlier, and the idea that the political spectrum, we're seeing this amplification of this U-shaped divide where you have more and more people pushing in opposite directions. But I think some people in the Republican Party have gone off the rails and they're supporting things like fascism and theocracy. But I think that there are other people that are Republican for other reasons, and other people that are more centrist that don't agree with the extreme, left wing ideology. So I don't know that I think that it's fair to put a label on either party and say that one full party or the other has gone entirely in one direction.
Okay. I agree.
Once again, I'll state that how do you convince your neighbor who believes in the regime, the Trump regime, and even when they're personally hurt, refuse to exert their sovereignty to go back to the Constitution, which they probably haven't read, or understand that it could be you next? And with regard to the Republican Party, I'm looking at the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys who are making money aren't going to be saying anything. And once they're threatened by the regime, whether it be a lawsuit or an interference in their business,
That's when the
they
Epstein
roll
files get
over.
released. No, I really think, and my perspective, and I know this one's being recorded, but I've done some work with clients that are up at the super yacht marina up in Palm Beach that are personal friends with the head honcho there, doing decor and holiday setups, and oh, this vase can't leave the vessel for styling. It has to be done on board because it was a gift from the missus, the first lady. And these are people that it, when you see it up close, it's very clear what's going on. These are people that have a lot more money than he does, that he very much wants to fit in with. And you look, and I as a business owner, right, I always look at like how I can expand, right? It's a great opportunity. You go, it's these high ticket deals, and I always kind of look at the names of the other vessels as I'm going out in and out of the marina to see if there's anybody I can reach out to. And, on the way out to this vessel, which is, he hangs out there or has hung out there and, they're personal friends, whatever. I look, and the vessel that was parked maybe 2 or 3 slips away was twice the size of this one, right? And you're thinking this guy that I'm working with, his net worth is substantial, very substantial. And what does somebody have to make to have a boat that's twice as large as that? And I looked up the name of the vessel, and it was the former Bank of Moscow president, right? Parked 2 or 3 slipped away from somebody else who owned a bank, and who's besties with this other person, and the one that's in charge. And when you look at everything all together, they're all in cahoots. They're all intermingled. There's no chance that these people don't cross paths. There's no chance that they're, sworn enemies because one is corrupt and Russian and the other one is American. They're all on a different level. And what they want is these 1% Republicans are Republicans for a very different reason. They want to amass the wealth. They want to, keep their taxes low, which is understandable. If, these people have all worked hard. The person who I'm referencing was self-made, came from the Midwest, didn't start out with a trust fund. So they don't want to pay half their money in taxes. I know my father makes a very good salary, and he's, rightfully upset about his tax bracket, or was. But, what their goal is to keep the MAGA Republicans, which is an entirely different party, fighting with the Democrats, so that they're so scared of what they perceive to be the evil in America that they're going to keep voting against their own interests, because being unemployed, paycheck cuts, the cuts to welfare, whatever, all of that seems to them less scary than the imminent threat that Fox News keeps pumping out day after day, that the illegal immigrants are going to bring drugs into their neighborhood and rape their wives and kill their parents. And the cut to welfare seems like nothing compared to protecting their country against that. So it's two different parties entirely. And Trump he's his own demon. I think really truly that this guy is doing whatever he can for headlines, and part of the time I think the guy's loony as a tune. He's demented. He's Alzheimer's, whatever, and there are other people telling him what to do. And then you look at little things snipping together, and like we were on the call the other night when you were talking about, well, what's driving him with Venezuela, and it's the oil, but it's not the right kind of oil. And I happened to see a video that was saying something about like military fuel and diesel fuel, and the oil from Venezuela is good for diesel but not good for vehicles, so it's not going to help Americans. But yeah, at the same time, if he's keeping that military diesel fuel away from, Russia and China, that's a very deliberate move, and that's, he's going about it the wrong way. I'm not, but if he's doing it for that reason, he's not doing it because he's being foolish. He's making a statement about controlling, the fuel that's running whatever vehicles they need for infrastructure or whatever. And when they talk about in this video, they kept showing the fighter jets, which I don't know anything about the fuel grades and what goes into what, but they kept, it was the military vehicles that they kept showing, talking about what this oil was good for. And if that's the truth, then I don't know, maybe it was a smart move strategically. Right after China was staging those war games against Taiwan, we go in and we take all that fuel, we piss off China. Now they're coming over this way, and that distracts them from invading Taiwan. But then there's the semiconductor issue. So, it's was it completely foolish? I don't know. Maybe we achieved something by keeping them out of Taiwan. I don't think that what he did was right. I'm not saying that it was okay what he did, but I don't necessarily think that it's just fascism. They clearly have more intelligence than is being made public, and something made them go in and do that. And it was such an absurd move that it's just like everything else that Trump does, there's a lot of theater to it. And every time that he's waving his right hand, look over here, you have to go on the whitehouse.gov website. You have to go and look, because whenever he does something ridiculous, they're doing something else behind the scenes. There's something else going on. And he's perfectly content making a spectacle of himself and being hated. while, getting this other stuff pushed
Well,
through
he's making
quietly.
money hand over fist.
Yeah, no, for sure.
What, $4 billion in the last couple of months?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now as a quote unquote an American citizen, how am I supposed to view monopoly capitalism on steroids? Because the Republican Party, their credo, as far as I understand from what was it, Norquist?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm getting his first name messed up. Anyway, is to be able to drown the government
Yep.
in a small dishpan. Okay, so if that's in fact the case, how much farther do they need to go? How many more people need to be crushed? How many babies need to starve to death, i.e. Gaza, or
Mm-hmm.
or die of inclement weather before the before the uh before the 0.1% is satisfied? What else can they wring out of this population that they actually want? Because
Well, as
I'm
much as they can get until we get fed up, right? That's the answer. More. It's always more.
Well,
so there is no top.
No, they're,
Okay,
they're
so
not
then
going to
what's the
self-regulate.
bottom? What's
They're
the bottom?
they have themselves very well protected. Like I said, I this boat that I work on, the amount of wealth that they have to have, and without giving personal information, nothing that's going to get me in trouble, but the amount of wealth that they have to maintain the artwork that they have on that vessel, which is, I've looked up what it went for, very, very high ticket items that could sink on a vessel that they spend a couple of weekends on over the course of a year, that costs something like $30,000 a week for their crew to be on board and maintaining it. And these people just run around all day cleaning this boat from top to bottom, and the next day they start all over again. Um, they're not interested in being fair or having a bottom. It's whatever else they can get. Now they do give, these particular people are very philanthropic. They do give money back, but a lot of that's also a tax shelter. So you don't really know what the motivation is behind it. And again, I don't think that there's a top of the, it's, at what point they get stopped. Look at what he was saying today about how the taxpayers are going to subsidize the oil companies to go in there. I mean, that's absurd. We're going to pay to rebuild Venezuelans' oil infrastructure so that the oil companies and Trump's friends can make more money than they already have. And everybody else gets cuts to, their benefits. The insurance premiums are tripling. I don't understand. It's really a case of Nero right at this point. He's playing that fiddle up in Washington. He doesn't care. As long as he and his friends are taken care of, he's going to make a power grab for whatever he can for the next few years. And I don't know that he's going to try to run again. I don't know that he's even going to care to stay in office. He's just going to get what he can while he's there.
Yeah, very true. I just want
And
to
we can
throw this
also
out.
say that greed doesn't have an endpoint.
Thank you, Julie.
Well, see, that's the whole thing with him. Everything you have to, it's sort of a follow the money thing with him on any initiative in foreign policy. I just want to point out, this just came out an hour ago, that he is now claiming that he completely dominates all the sales of oil coming out of Venezuela.
Yeah.
And it's now under American control, period.
Well, that's just a lie. I mean, and as VJ was pointing out again, we shouldn't credit, Trump's lies when he says these crazy things.
Well,
we should definitely first off check, I mean, because literally was it yesterday? I think it was 5 different tankers left from Venezuela. So I don't think the U.S. is controlling that unless there's some kind of secret agreement we don't. Which again, I don't buy either.
That's a very interesting question, Alex.
I don't know if you mentioned it, Jim, but like, look again, this idea that you say like, oh, we're working with the Delcy Rodriguez. That people who think that are people who don't know her background, which is that her father, Jorge Antonio Rodriguez, was murdered by CIA trained, the CIA trained Venezuelan, security forces in 1976. Actually, again, I think it's in July. So
Oh,
it's literally
he was a
50.
gorilla.
Yeah. Again, according to the Times, but he was definitely a lefty,
Okay.
and again, part of those kind of dirty wars. Again, I mean, the Times kind of alleged that he was involved in this famous kidnapping. I think it was actually an American oil executive, but he was definitely, tortured to death by, it was the Perez government at
Yeah,
the time, 1776.
there's
And
this
so
whole
again, so she's someone who has basically been personally harmed,
right,
essentially by the gringo imperialists.
right,
So
right,
again,
right.
what are the odds someone like that is going to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna, make a deal with those same gringo imperialists,
Yeah,
the same
exactly,
people who killed my daddy.
exactly.
I'm gonna work with them. No, I think probably she has, a personal hatred for the United States and everything it stands
Yeah,
for.
and we should add that level of granularness about what has actually happened domestically since Hugo Chavez came into power and then Maduro replaces him. What happened? And then, I know Julie's down there in Venezuela. There's, the whole diaspora of Venezuelans. And I don't sit there and dismiss that. Okay. I think that's a mistake to dismiss that. There don't, that's 20% of the population that's fled. So it's not like but how? Why? What are the motivations? What happened? Were they were dispossessed? Were they again repressed? I mean, what happened with
It
them?
was a sanction, Jim.
Sanctions, Bertold?
Before the sanctions, Venezuela was doing fine.
Yeah.
All right. They were distributing food and you know and healthcare to the people, to the mass of the population. That always helps the middle class and the upper class, because if the lower class has money to spend, they spend it on shit that people from the
Yeah.
middle class and the upper class are selling. You know, then the sanction came in, and then just like freaking Iraq or wherever, whenever you have the sanction, then you destroy the people, and then the people forget. Everybody tells you Maduro is a bad manager. Well, what the fuck? If you're taking like $200 billion of my oil revenue that I don't have to invest in my country, what? How does the country do well? It's just a lot of bullshit. Like, it's like we always dismiss these things. It's the sections. Just look at the timeline. Look at the the big migration from Venezuela, and look at when the sanctions came out. It's the sanctions. U.S. does that everywhere, all the time.
Right, right.
Also, the price of oil changed at an inappropriate time, and they're still as far as I understand, they're still attempting to um, compensate the poor for the work that they're doing. The people who you are interviewing, I mean, how many dark people from Venezuela are living in Miami?
Not too many.
Yeah, well, that's the other aspect of all this. I mean and then I was just looking at I listened to somebody who was the chairman of Citgo earlier
Oh,
today. Now, Citgo was one of the companies involved in negotiations over nationalization in Venezuela, and I actually emailed her to have her come speak because I
oh,
want, and I haven't gotten a reply yet. Her name is Luisa Palacios, and
but
but I
I
want,
thought Guaido's people
well, I don't know if
were
she's
handed
Guaido.
over.
I don't know if
They
she's
handed Sicko over to them, the U.S. government.
Well,
well,
when people in New England were shivering to death, Chavez sent them oil.
Right.
yes, exactly. There's all these things that
So, I mean,
happen.
America has a very, very short memory. And this is what needs to be emphasized, that this particular regime has gone way off the rails, has offended almost everybody. And people need to play that Stephen Miller piece over and over and over again until they understand what the regime is talking about.
You're talking
It's
about
not talking about just Venezuela. It's talking about the quote unquote little people in America that don't deserve food because they're not working hard enough. And unions cancel. We don't do unions. I mean, what the American public is looking at is the 1890s to maybe 1930. And if you want to live through that again, which you are living through, then stick with it.
Well,
Right.
there's another thing that's going on here, and that has to do with the environment. I mean, these people aren't stupid. They do know where the world is going environmentally, and therefore you get into this extreme self-interest type of thing. That fits in with it. It's like, how can we keep as much of what there will be left for ourselves and keep everybody else from getting at it? How do we build a gated, a high gated community around the United States or around the 1% of the United States? They know where they can see the writing on the wall. And the idea is to keep as much as you possibly can. It's kind of the survival instinct taken to its extreme. And I think that's where we're heading. And you could say that's where the world is heading. Everybody is going to be worried about their own self-interest in order to protect themselves from the coming calamity when there's not enough, not nearly enough for everybody. There's not enough habitable land for everybody. And it's just going to be whoever grabs the most and can protect it from everybody else is, they think, are the ones that are going to survive. There's that type of thinking also. That's all I'm saying. Sorry to sound apocalyptic.
Well, let me ask you on that subject, right? Not apocalyptic is probably very accurate right now, but do you really think that they're talking about building anything for the United States of America? Or do you think that they're amassing the wealth that they can and accumulating what they can for that 1% or 0.1%? Because they know that, I mean, look at the billionaire bunkers that are popping up everywhere. Zuck has one where at Hawaii. Uh, that's the new vogue thing for them to do. So I don't know that they're necessarily doing anything for the benefit of us. I haven't heard a single plan. He talks about bringing wealth to the United States of America, um, which is it's just a soundbite for Fox News to play over and over again that, he's going to take this oil from Venezuela and give it to the Americans. But that's not really what he's doing. He's enriching the oil executives. And I'm sure that with his cryptocurrency and whatever, there are all kinds of backdoor deals going on that we can't trace, that we can't access. And, is it really for us? Is it really for the country? Or is it more for that club?
Absolutely for that club. The United States is a cover, because when this thing happens, the United States, if it hasn't already, will basically cease to exist.
Right.
It has nothing to do with the idea of doing it for the United States is just a way of keeping the vast majority of the population at bay for the time being. Basically, it's divide and conquer, if you want to put it that way. But it's all for them. It's for the 1%. It is every man for himself or woman.
Absolutely. And that's the thing that people won't see is they're watching these news headlines. Oh, he's going to bring this wealth to the United States, but really what he's doing is he's cutting all of the government spend. I don't know how much of this is going to end up running. He's talking about how he's personally controlling this oil money, and I don't know how he can justify saying that if it's going to go through the oil executives. The oil executives are going to control it. And so I don't know if it's a deliberate talking point so that he sounds like he's doing something good, or if he's just, throwing it in everybody's face that he's going to profit from it. Like I'm the one that's in control of this deal, so I'm going to be making money off of this, and he's got to brag about it. But there's just something very unsettling about everything that's going on. And then, he starts talking about Cuba, and I heard Iran is going to be the next. You know,
Yeah.
we didn't really talk about them too much tonight, but I heard that that's the
Or Greenland, Julie.
Greenland, Green. So,
right. No, but I
And
heard specifically that
the
Iran.
Danes said they would shoot back if U.S.
Oh yeah.
troops landed Greenland. So,
yeah.
well, which will probably at the very least break up NATO.
So Julie,
But
I wanted to kind of challenge you a little bit on something. So you hear what you said, right, about the fact that those filthy rich people, you know, they don't know what to do with their money. They're creating bunkers, they're doing all of these things and stuff like that. You know, my challenge to you is this: the point is, um, they don't need all that money. They have too much money, too much talent in their hands. And then you mentioned you knew some people who were not born with a silver spoon. You know, born or not born with a silver spoon, how much money do you need to live or to be totally comfortable? A million, million, 10 billion. See,
I'm not saying that I'm thrilled about. I mean, it benefits me because they hire me, right? I
yeah,
don't know them personally. I work for them.
no,
So their extreme wealth, you know, the fact that they want to spend what they spend on flowers for their boat every week that they enjoy for 2 or 3 days. Yeah, I'm not going to complain about it, but um, you know, I think
yeah,
that there is no upward limit, and you don't have to challenge me on that. I see it all the time,
yeah,
and you know, I see that um, you know, the same people that have that kind of wealth will spend very aggressively on the things that they want. And then when it comes to people that these people that I was referencing are the exception to the rule, but you know, most of the people that I encounter on a day-to-day basis walk around with $5,000, $10,000 handbags showing me, you know, venues where they're planning their weddings or whatever they're doing. And then they tell me that their budget for floral is $1,000, but they show you, you know, oh, my inspiration, you know, is this $10,000, $15,000 floral setup, and they cry poor, you know, but they're holding an Yves Saint Laurent purse that costs $7,000 at the
yeah,
same time. You know, so it's what they can exploit out of the people that need the money to survive that is the problem, right? I don't care how much money they have. If they have wealth, whatever, as long as they're fair to the people that hire or that they hire and the, you know, the people that they interact with. And this couple in particular that I'm talking about very much do. So I don't want it to seem like they're the problem. But other people that I see on a regular basis, you know, they do, it's this very specific, you know, um, excuse for late payments or, oh, you know, I have to wait until after the holidays because I don't have the money right now. You have the money. You didn't have to spend what you spent on Christmas presents, you know, if you had something due. But people do that, you know,
yeah,
and that's how they hold on to the wealth that they have. So they're,
Right.
you know,
And
again, they're,
but Julie, they're probably, if you know, if someone working for them and it's like, oh, I can't work for you this week, but pay me anyway. I'm sure that they would, they wouldn't be as understanding as they
oh
want
no,
to be.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. And
Like,
that's the, but the, you know, the thinking is, and, you know,
I want to
that's,
butt in. I want to butt in here.
mhm.
There are, if you watch, a good example is PBS NewsHour,
Yeah.
and stay for the credits and take a look at the
Oh yeah,
long
yeah, yeah.
list of nonprofit donations, page after page after page after page, okay? Which is part of the requirement for the wealthy to maintain their status, that they're civilians,
Right.
Yeah, all the
that they're
family
human
foundations.
beings.
Right.
Yes, and I know
Brought
it's
to
a
you by
tax deduction and
ExxonMobil.
everything, and it's a big fraud, the nonprofit things. But if you could take a look, go YouTube.
Oh
Oh,
sure.
name goes out of my head. The guy who was in the Matrix. What's his name? You know,
Keanu.
Keanu
everybody.
Reeves,
Keanu Reeves. He's
and he
made
does it
millions.
quietly.
He's a multimillionaire, and he lives in like an apartment, and he rides on the subway because he spent all his money on charities and helping friends.
Okay.
And you'll see that. Don't watch out for the most very dangerous word is they. Don't
Yeah.
say they. And you're grouping a group, everybody who doesn't have a car that's 10 years old. That's how I classify them. They. Everybody who's wearing a clean shirt. They. Everybody who gets his fingernails, man getting his fingernails done, That's always shocked me. You know, but you know, you go they. If you have money, you're evil. That's the only way you can be. So here in LA, everybody who lives north of Santa Monica Boulevard in Beverly Hills, they live in a goddamn estate that you could barracks you know, a platoon in them, most of these houses. And
Mhm.
there's just two people, and they go and they've got to go shopping, and they've got to decide about where they're going to have dinner and everything, and that's about the extent of their conflict or the challenge in life. So that's the way it is. That's the way the world is. And it varies from country to country and city from city and so forth and so on. And it's like where Julie is going, there's another section of the dock where people are run 30-foot sailing boats or little dinghies, you know, and that's the fun they have. Not everybody who goes out
Yeah.
on the ocean is in a $40 billion yacht. There's
Well,
a panic, you know, a gradient, a whole rainbow, a range of
right.
wealth
But
and
Ken,
gratitude.
you know the joke about owning a boat, which is, you know, you might as well just, you know, take your
The hole
wallet and
in
toss it
It's
in
a hole in the water.
the harbor.
Yeah, no, my brother has a plane. He says there's three things you can do if you got too much money. You can buy an airplane, or buy a boat, or get married. You know, and
Mhm.
that's the joke. But you know, that's fine. How people spend their money and how they go to get it is a personal thing. And you know, there's lots of guys, there's lots of corporations that have very credible reputations for how well they handle their employees and how much they've enhanced their employees and with 401ks and with training and everything else and how they help people. Not everybody is you know, sold their soul to the devil because you know
Well, look at
most of
that
them.
guy that just gave his, he sold his company and he gave his team, was it $240 million?
Yeah. So, you
Um,
know, that's a personal thing. Just like in your own family or the people you went to school with, there are, you know, gracious people who you could hit up for a buck, and there are chintzy people who are, you know, say, well, you want me to give you $20. Why don't you give me 100? I need it more than you do. You know, it's
mhm.
personalities. It's a mixture. It
Well,
isn't
there's
they.
also
There isn't a they. There's
no, no.
those the people who are um, you know, greedy or whatever phrase you want to make on it. But I will say this, personally, whatever attribute you consider negative, you probably have a little bit of that yourself. Not that much, but a little bit. Every man has a certain amount of lust. Every man has a certain amount of greed, jealousy, and regret, and ambition, and criticism, uh, gratitude.
I
You
would,
know,
I would love to
different
have that
causes.
level of wealth.
Well, you know, and you know,
Well,
you'd like to have it too. And here's
Right.
another thing on it. You look at the world, and those people who went out and made a lot of money are the ones who are controlling it. Let's say the ones we know, like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk.
Yeah,
He has a big influence in society, and so does Amazon. They've
right.
actually changed society. You want to do that? Become a multi-billionaire. Don't make an excuse of like, oh, rich people are evil. No, rich
Right.
people are in control.
well,
That's
then
all.
you can't just become a multimillionaire. The whole thing is that human beings get
Yeah,
used to certain lives. In other words, somebody could have uh, um, yeah, $10 million in the bank, so to speak, on
yeah,
investments. You could be living on three-quarters of a million or $1 million a year, and they're used to it. Once you get used to something,
yeah.
then all of a sudden you don't see that there's people that have less. You just say, why can't I maintain this lifestyle? Why not? I mean, if you think about us now, everybody's got cell phones, right?
Yeah.
And people going out and spending 750, 1,000, $1,500 on a cell phone. I'm not
Where do
necessarily
you get a $750 cell phone these days?
well, that's
iPhones are
Pretty
almost
easy.
2,000.
well, I shop on Black Friday. But anyway,
Ah,
the idea
okay.
is the but
No,
you
but Mike, to what you were saying again, you know, again, they do these
these
psychological
people
studies
wait, wait a second,
with
Alex, let me finish my point. Hold it. The idea is that when you get used to that, we're all used to certain things that 75 or 100 years ago, people would consider luxury. And
Yeah.
now we're used to it. So all of a sudden, so of course, people are going to start complaining when they can't have that level. And the fact of the matter is, where we're heading in the world, as far as resources and climate change, etc., we're not going to be able to maintain that. Let's put it this way: the vast majority of people won't be able to maintain it.
Sure, sure.
So it's
Well, you
going
got
to
to
be
turn on. You got to
Lifestyle.
have a TV and watch international house hunting. People go to other countries where they can live like kings at a moderate income. Not they can live
I'm
like royalty, and you
I'm
can live
flying
in
to
other
Tuscany
countries.
next week to
Oh yeah,
property
Yeah,
hunt. No, I'm serious. I'm literally
okay,
flying to Tuscany next week to look at
cool.
properties.
you can
So,
Well,
actually in Italy, you can buy a property for like $2,000. All you got to do is demonstrate and stick to the concept that you're going to renovate it. And it could be like an estate, an old castle or something, but
well,
needs
mhm.
to be
So
it'll
when does
take you.
the
The
exploitation stop?
$2,000 ones cost.
The
I mean, you don't
exploitation
want those.
stops. The
never,
exploitation
never.
stops. Fortunately, amongst your own family, you don't exploit your own family.
Oh,
That's
That's
part
not
of it.
true.
plenty of families
Okay.
Definitely not
exploit
true.
each other. Let's,
it's not true. It's right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And
That's
what
fine.
the piece that I'm trying to understand is if you educate, feed, house, clothe, and recreate the population that enabled those people to make that and I'm going to use the they that
The
the
evil
one
people.
tenth of 1% is is uh is exploiting to the max everyone below.
You don't like
And
the word
the
exploiting.
say what?
You don't like the word exploiting.
No, he
I don't like the
doesn't
word
like the
exploiting.
process. The word is the
When
word.
somebody comes up and makes a funny hat that everybody wants to buy, he's exploiting their stupidity. And they buy the hat and they pay $40 for it. And then
Why is
next
it
year it's out
stupidity?
of
No,
fashion.
no,
Why
It's
that's
isn't
out
it?
of
not
fashion.
It's
He sells
not
them
worth
a
it
the
to
new
them
hat.
educated
to do
definition.
that. What I'm trying to understand, Ken,
Advertising
come on,
exploits
Ken,
everybody. Advertising
Ken.
exploits everybody.
That's not what
See,
Daryl's
I
talking
can't even
about.
get through to you, and you're
Yeah.
supposed to be the host.
All right.
What I'm trying to get through to you, what I'm trying to understand is,
Go ahead.
and you are exactly the person that can explain to me
Yeah.
why, if you clothe, house, feed, and allow recreation for the population that is currently underfed, underhoused, whatever, they will then be another market that rather than having to invest in, should say, calm down, get a grip. You can do this. If you invest in the people, it would
Yeah.
be cheaper than what you're currently doing, which is exploiting them and making them crazy so that they do strange and aberrant things that then you say that you're afraid of.
No,
If you
Well,
took the if
this
you're
is
currently paying over $60,000 to house someone in a place like Rikers Island, wouldn't it be
yeah.
much preferred to spend $5,000 to educate that person, or give the person the $63,000 a year that you're spending, and see if they act the same?
yeah.
Can you explain that to me?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Those people are not considered to be adjustable without penalty, without confinement. Let's say they rape, murder, or do
What? Whoa,
fraudulent
whoa,
things and
wait
take
a.
money out of
Why are you
people.
No, no,
jumping to that?
People in
let him
jail.
speak.
People,
Let him speak.
you're talking about people in jail, right? You're saying
No,
sixty
I'm
thousand
talking
a
No, no,
about
no,
year.
no.
people
We're talking about
before they
homeless
go to
people.
jail.
You're
I'm
saying
Talking about
talking
sixty
homeless
about
people.
thousand dollars.
I'm talking
Sixty
about
thousand
the
dollars.
what is it, 50,000 children in New York City that are homeless or
Yeah.
Oh,
without
really?
homes, I should say.
Yeah. Okay.
What profit is there?
Ooh.
Mikey Bloomberg has, last time I checked, like $110 billion. I don't care what he has. What my understanding is, why would you allow a child to grow up without a home when you have that kind of capital that could set up? You could take probably $10 billion and set it up in a fund and end homelessness in New York
Easy. No, probably
forever.
2 billion
Why
for
hasn't
New
somebody
York.
done it?
Excuse
Why
me?
hasn't somebody done it?
That's my
Because we have
question.
because we have this
Like what
ideology.
about the billionaires, like the guy with from Microsoft, or Elon Musk, or
I just
Elon
told you,
Musk said
Michael Bloomberg
Elon
lives
Musk
in New
said
York
Because
City.
Elon Musk
they don't want to give that money away.
I
they
just
don't
told
want
you,
to.
Michael Bloomberg lives in New York City and
Yeah,
has over $110 billion
Right.
in net worth.
And
and
he was
he
mayor,
won't.
so he it's not like he can say, "Oh, I don't know about those problems,"
So
just in
he
my own.
doesn't
He
donate
was the
all his
mayor.
money to the
He
poor.
was I'm sure he
I'm
was
not
briefed
asking
on
you
all
to
that stuff.
donate. What I'm asking you to
Yeah.
do is
Tax them.
enable the population to have access to sufficient money so that they're able to function at a level that the government isn't that the federal government isn't required to subsidize their living because they're failing to make sufficient money at the jobs that are available.
I don't
I mean,
understand what you want
capitalism
to
is
keep quiet.
foul as far as I'm concerned.
Wait a
So
second. Wait a second. You're saying is
Uh-oh.
why doesn't a private individual subsidize the living of a poor piece person, and
no,
so then the government doesn't have
no,
to?
that's not what I'm saying.
That's a
He's saying
temporary
paying
because
them a
that's
living wage,
yeah
right? You're
that's
talking about paying them sufficient money so that they aren't like
yeah
Walmart is the best example of that, where whatever percentage of Walmart employees are still on benefits, and the Walton family is absurdly wealthy.
yeah
Right.
And that's the reason, is that if they give them more money, then they'll have less money proportionately. They can't just print the money and give them more. They're going to get less. And
yeah
people will not, if they can, think about any situation that you've ever been in your life. I am somebody who has tipped well and, paid more when there's a good service. But if I can find something on sale, I'm going to buy it on sale. I'm not going to pay full price. If I can, shop at a food store that has the same food and a lower price, I'm going to go to, I'll drive an extra mile down the road and do that.
yeah
Or we all do it, we just don't have the level of wealth that they do where it's obvious. But Groupon made the success that they made exploiting small businesses, taking a cut of their revenue, taking making them give the customers discounts, and small businesses still play they play ball because they figure they're going to get repeat customers, whatever. And then you have people that just go and they use the services when they can get a Groupon. We all do it. It's just they're doing it on a much larger scale because they have more money to play with and more people that they transact with.
So it's all right for Julie, just so
I
that
think
I'm clear. So it's
no,
all right to
no.
have uh,
I don't think that
workers subsidized by the federal government as compared to being paid what they're producing, what they're
no.
a better percentage of what they're producing, so that the profit is less for the owners of the enterprise. Is that
I
correct?
don't no. I think that honestly, I think that if the federal government is going to be subsidizing that percentage of your workforce, then you need to be taxed to offset what the federal government is paying out to your employees, right? I mean, I think that, and you look at Amazon and, the same thing. I don't think that that's okay. I'm saying that they have no incentive to change themselves. They're not going to self-moderate because that is human nature. And that's why I gave the example of we all do it to whatever extent. Nobody's inclined to say, I'm going to go, well, that's not true. I mean, people shop at Whole Foods, people, shop at the designer fashion houses. But, people don't, if it's apples and apples and all other things considered, and you can buy it for half the price somewhere else, then that's what's going to, that's going to be the purchase that you make, right? Somebody said the shopping on Black Friday for the iPhone. Um, I don't think that they're going to self-regulate. The only way that there will be any meaningful change is either if they're taxed, right? That maybe there is a way to say, you know, look, if your employees are being subsidized by the federal government and it's over a certain percentage of them that are, then the government's going to tax you guys to offset that cost. So you either pay the employees or you pay the government, right? And then they weigh the PR value of looking like the better employer versus paying the penalty. There are ways that it can be handled through workers, right? I mean, one of the things in the events space where I work, every day I talk to vendors who are griping that we have new vendors, and it's a very specific example, but there's a reason for it. In the event space, it's very unregulated. You know, it's there's no minimum wage requirement. You're contractors, and so in the event space you have some people that might have, like, a DJ who has the Chalvet lights and the really expensive professional setup, and these lights cost thousands of dollars and whatever, and he can't go and do a setup for less than $2,000 for a wedding or a corporate event. But he's professional. He's been doing it for 20 years. He knows what he's doing. He's established in his market. Now all of a sudden somebody comes in with some gear that they bought on Amazon that's, the Chinese knockoff versions of these lights, and they come in and they say, I'm going to do the wedding for $500. Well, now that vendor that was established, that was doing whatever, is being forced to lower his rate in order to stay in business because, and it's the same thing with floral and decor. You've got somebody who's, and very, very common with the wedding industry, you have somebody who gets married and they decide, I had fun planning my wedding, I'm going to become a wedding planner, or I did my own wedding flowers and now I'm going to be a wedding florist. There's no, I mean, there are certification levels, but you don't need a license to get into these spaces. And they continue to go in and undercut the people that are in their markets. And that forces everybody else to drive their prices down to compete. So the point that I'm trying to make is that when the workers as a whole stop accepting that, which unfortunately right now the job market is terrible and you have to take what you can get. But when the workers say, okay, we're not going to take that job for whatever the price is, and you saw it, a few years ago where everybody was saying we can't find workers, and you had these people that were paying huge signing bonuses because everybody was leaving the workforce and starting their own businesses post pandemic, post lockdown. You had all these big companies that were trying really hard and it was a workers market for jobs. And then Trump takes office and now all of a sudden, you're seeing these obscene job listings where they're saying, if you expect to have a personal life, this isn't the job for you. Blatantly in their ads, no work-life balance and you will be on call and all this other stuff. And then the pay, you look and they want like a master's, a PhD, whatever, and the pay is like $35,000. And these are real listings. Why? Because if people are struggling, if they have to take what they can get, they'll take that and then they'll go and drive for Instacart, they'll drive for Uber Eats, and they'll find a way to pay the bills and keep a roof over their family's head. So the only way to do it is to, and it's not unionizing because unions are specific industries, they're just, they would take too much to unionize every industry against the big employers. But there has to be a point that either the government steps in and says, look, we're going to, the American taxpayer is not going to subsidize you guys having a second mega yacht, while your employees are on welfare because you're not paying a living wage. There needs to be some government intervention on that level where they're either finding companies to offset that cost, or they're saying, the workers say, well, we're not going to take this job, and they have enough vacancies where it starts to hurt the bottom line of their business.
Well, in Kansas,
So how do you?
ask him about this. They're just proposed. I mean, it's been out there. A billionaire tax. The
Yeah.
dumb thing is they want to do it a one-time thing again. They should go, 5%. Whether they should go like 1 or 2%, but make it
Recurring.
a permanent thing. But
Mhm.
Ken, yeah. Well, what do you? Since they're talking about that, and I'm sure I saw, you're muted, Ken.
During the Great Depression, after the Great Depression.
I have to unmute. I have to mute myself from time to time because
Yeah.
I have foul language. That's how I stop from getting out the foul language.
We were charging 90% taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. I got the solution. Julie, will you run for office?
Okay, yeah, we go for her, yeah.
That's a
Oh, no,
sane solution.
But
That's a sane, adjustable
she might,
solution
she
that
might,
can handle the inequity between rich and poor.
Yeah, well,
deal
who
with this
wants to be
crowd.
my PR manager? Because I don't know that I'd be able to.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have I mean, probably more than Trump, and I guess he's lowered the bar for the rest of us.
Well, it's
Who,
Florida. It's Florida. Just
yeah.
start this. Well, you
But
can run for
yeah,
this
Ken,
house.
so what do you think of the whole billionaire tax proposal? I mean, it's not going to affect you, right?
Well, since I've been on this planet, there's a lot of oddities I've observed, and I just kind of tolerate them. There's differences between different cultures and different systems, but it's mostly the personalities, not the system, that matters. So if you get an honest person, who's had an opportunity and they're grateful for the position they're in, they'll handle the situation to benefit as many people as they can. They won't hoard it themselves. And if the guy is not well natured, then you can't really trust him to give you a full cup of coffee when you pay for it. It's a
I
variation. The
I told
planet
I totally
planet varies.
I totally disagree with you.
I know you do. That's okay.
Completely disagree with you. You cannot trust human beings.
There you go. Say, I don't have that rotten feeling about human beings are not one category. It's not like they're goldfish. They're different. They have different DNA. They have different experiences. They come from different cultures, and some cultures are better than others, and some DNA is better than others, and some people just are born with more humanitarian or better souls. Those are the people you love to have come over. The people you go, oh, here's Jim or Judy. Man, I'm so glad to see them because they make me feel so good just being here. They emanate like a consideration, a recognition of other life. I don't want to get into the physics of the metaphysics of it, but the point is anything you look at, a bucket of sand, a population of China, or your finger, there's variations. It's not all equivalencies. Not everything equals everything. You take 1,000 miles, 1,000 marbles, you're going to get variations. Some are going to be heavier than the others. Some are going to be prettier. Some are going to be rounder. They're not all going to be the same. It's the same thing with people.
Yeah,
Same
but
thing true.
that's
So
why
don't judge. You can't solve everything with one dictator, one principle. If everybody did this, everything would be fine.
no. Yes, actually, you
And
definitely
you can't
have
have one law. You can't have a different law for every single human being.
You do
There's
have a
no
different law for every single being. That
no,
the
no, no, no,
sentencing varies based on the
no,
nature
no,
of the
no, no,
crime.
Ken. You
No,
don't.
it bases
You
You
it.
don't
do.
have a
You
separate
do.
law. You
You
don't have a separate law. What I mean, what world are you living in?
no
There
No,
is
no.
but
not
he's
a
right though.
separate
The
law.
The
sentencing.
judge has a discretion about how to apply the
That
law, whether to
that's
dismiss the case, and so forth.
but that's not the law itself.
Well, the
There
law is
is a
just a
law.
theoretical
There
principle.
is a law. There are laws on the books. It would be great if we could have a different law for every single individual. It's not workable. And I'll say something else on why Berthold is right. That why you cannot trust human beings just
Oh,
to
you
do
don't
the
like
right
human
thing.
beings. Okay. You can't trust all
Ken,
human beings.
Ken,
You can't trust
Ken, I'm
any human
sorry.
being.
Ken, I'm sorry to interrupt the front of your
Go ahead.
sentence in the middle
Go
of
ahead.
mine. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Look, you cannot trust human beings, not because there aren't some human beings you can't trust or there aren't degrees, but the fact is you cannot rely. You cannot universally rely on people to do the right thing. There are enough people who won't. And therefore, you have to have safeguards against that. And if you sit there saying, hey, if somebody makes $1 billion, there'll be enough billionaires that will do the right thing. There may not be. And then what happens? The
Well, then
fact
you
of the
get the
matter
people
is,
who want to have a revolution. Give them a gun.
and
Let them go
okay,
out and shoot
so
everybody.
that's right. And everybody goes and kills each other. That's
Right.
not civilization. If you want a civilization,
you have to have guardrails. And right now, the guardrails are coming off.
Okay,
And that
thank
is
you.
the problem.
And
America,
Trump's trying to put them back on. Okay.
No,
No,
he's not.
taking
No,
them
he's
off.
not.
the
He's
United
taking them
States,
off.
the United States became a strong country.
That's Bertold. You need to get your own radio show.
The United States became a strong, powerful economic country with a very strong middle class. When after the Great Recession, there was a gradable tax. You know, if you made more than, you know, like if you made up to, I don't know, like 500,000, your tax was so such and such. After 500,000, everything else was taxed at 90%. And all that money came to the government, and the government invested in the people.
Okay. Nobody wants to
But
go
that was
backwards. Everybody tonight said they're trying to go backwards in history. You're trying to go backwards in history to Eisenhower's income gradation chart for incomes.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
and
you
as
liked you liked the Eisenhower period. Good.
yeah, and as soon
Vote
as we
for
got
it.
rid of it, that's why we're in the shit we are right now. You
There
have,
you go. That's the answer. Okay.
you have people that have money to waste, not, you know, are spending millions and billions of dollars in buying elections, like Elon Musk and so forth, and then a whole bunch of those people we don't know. They don't. No one needs to make more than I don't know, $500,000 a year, $1 million a year. You know, so you're telling me that somebody is so great and innovative, they can make $10 billion a year, basically scratching their ass, when you have you know, the guy who's working in the cold every day, and then is plugging away at and building the roads, deserve to make only $40,000.
Okay.
It's
Bertolt, which country does that? Japan does that. I think it's Japan or maybe it's Sweden. The CEO can't earn more than 400 times the lowest salary paid in that
salary.
organization.
Yeah,
So there's a governorship. It's true. Civilization to a degree is the kind of restraints that we put over natural human behavior. You can't just walk up and slap somebody because you're upset with them. That's not allowed. There's a law against it. So
yeah.
it's a restraint, even though you want to. So there
I
are restraints. So there are arbitrary restraints. You are not a legal citizen. You're not freedom of choice until you're over 18 in the US. In Saudi Arabia, it's 14. So it varies by culture. So we put restraints on behavior that we consider are detrimental to the entire body. So
There
you
you
can't
go. That's
you gotta wear clothes when you walk down the street. It's
yeah,
an arbitrary, no matter how
well,
hot
you
you are.
don't have to. You
Well,
won't
you can
make it
get in
far.
trouble. You can go trace. You can get in trouble. So all of that's true. But the point I'm trying to say is you shouldn't you should be tolerant for people's mistakes and their misbehavior because they are human beings. They are not perfect, and they are not consistent, and they're certainly not necessarily going to be consistent with your standards. They're
yeah,
going to do what they want, and it's not necessarily what you want. And you agree that they should be able to do what they want as long as it doesn't overwhelm you,
yeah,
as long as you can turn your head away and not be bothered by it. So it's a variation. This is the planet we're on right now. It's not a utopia. It never will be. You can feed everybody. There'll still be hunger. There'll still be nastiness. There'll still be greed. There'll still be a revenge. These are characteristics that don't have anything to do. You can try to educate people out of it, but you're going to wind up with a group of robots. They're
but
But
the
you know
natural
what? Even
things.
when you talk about educating people out of it, that's also not true because
Well,
hypothetically, people all have access to a public education. Some students don't want to take it. Some students have bad home environments. You know, you can't educate people out of it on a large scale.
well,
The
that's right. But I'm just saying that sometimes, let's say the Catholic schools, we know that Catholic schools produce much better products than the public schools,
Mhm.
but sometimes they lay in a
Well, let
general
me ask you.
morality that we might not agree with. But I
Well,
agree
no,
with
no, no.
you.
But let me ask you something because
Yeah,
it's statistics, right?
yeah.
So the Catholic schools, parochial schools, not just Catholic schools, produce
Okay,
better, higher grades and better
right.
educated students and whatever. Now, is that just because the school and the curriculum is superior? Is it possibly, I mean, I'm sure that that's a factor, right? They're paying their teachers more. They have, more budget to
Not
work with
true.
than the public. Well, some of them, right? Maybe St.
Nope,
Andrews.
not true.
Well, I'm
Okay.
thinking of one specific Catholic school in Boca where the tuition's like $30,000 a year. Their teachers are paid very well. But what I'm trying to say is let's look at the external factors. If you're a parent and you choose to send your child to a private parochial school, right? Let's say that, I sent my son to a parochial school, not because I felt that the idea of religion, I'm not a zealot, but I wanted him to have a private education. I wanted him to go to a smaller, safer school. I didn't want him thrown into the public school system in Florida. Um, you know, I made that choice as a parent, and every parent who sends their child to a parochial school has made the choice to give their child a private education, which costs tuition, right? There are scholarships, there are whatever, but they're making the choice to invest in their child's education. And most parents that are willing to spend 10, 20, 30, $40,000 a year on a private education are also going to be more present and invested in those kids and their success than the parents and that's not necessarily true. I was a straight A student. I was a national merit scholar. My parents sent me to public school. It was not, I didn't go to private prep school. But it's not to say that public school parents are worse. It's to
But
say
Julie,
that,
Julie, can I interrupt very quickly here?
okay,
So, how do you sending yourself to your kids to parochial school?
how
If
am I
you
sending them?
if you're making as a couple, I don't know, $60,000 a year
Hmm.
for
You
that.
can't do it. You can't, you
Exactly.
apply for the scholarships. That's the only option that you have. And they
And
do have
they are
need-based
usually what
scholarships.
scholarships? No,
I'm sorry?
they're not that many scholarships.
Right. No, no, no. And I'm not saying that people who don't have money don't care. I'm saying that the statistics, right? So when you say Catholic schools produce better students, it's a skewed data sample because it's not saying if you sent the same student that was in Catholic school to Catholic school, right? All other factors considered, home situation, financial security, food security, family unit involvement, support network, all of the other things. If you were to send the same student to a private Catholic school, to a prep school, or to a public school, that student is going to do better than a student who doesn't have those other things. And what I'm trying to say is exactly what you said. If you have a family that's struggling, right? I'm a single mother. I have a 14-year-old son. He's a straight A student, right? But it takes a lot of work to help him and juggle everything else that I'm doing. But it's not a fair data set to say, Catholic schools, by virtue of the fact that they're Catholic schools, produce better students or they produce more educated people. No, it's all of the other factors that feed into that data set that are contributing to those students being better learners.
Yeah.
If they gave an opportunity to a student who was living in a household where his parents are going through divorce or there's substance abuse or domestic violence or whatever, that child is still going to go to class even in a Catholic school, even in a prep school, despite what Hollywood would have us think with all these random 90s silly movies about the kid that gets into the prep school and suddenly is the genius. There are examples of that, and I'm not saying that there aren't, but statistically they're at a disadvantage because they're not sleeping well at night. They might not have dinner on the table. There might be things going on in the house that are arguments, whatever, keeping them from homework. The factors at home change what academic performance is. And that's why I said you can't educate out of it until you control what happens in the home. And unfortunately, it's the same thing as, legislating away racism. It's the same thing as, legislating away hate,
Well,
bigotry,
you can actually get out of it. I
you can
have
make the decision.
I believe in dictatorship to a certain extent. I believe that if well, Julie, for example, you right, you're a single mom. What happens after when you come home at 7 o'clock at night and you need to help your son do some homework? Pretty damn hard, right? I know what I'm talking about. You know, you're
Oh no,
tired.
I gave up my career. They see that's the thing is I gave up. I was working in marketing and I had a very good career and I was, but it required travel, it required going to trade shows. I had to, when I got divorced, I gave up my career and I took a job doing weddings and events because I could not, you know, be present for my son and work a corporate job.
Yeah,
And
and
now that he's going into high school, I can't, I want to get out of events. I'm
so
tired of
so
doing these things, but
so,
it's hard to get back into the workforce now. So the one that pays is me, but it won't be my son.
so my solution is for the U.S. to invest in education, and the way to invest, and then
Yeah, this,
the way you invest in education is like in China, right? In Japan, the kids go to school like 7 days a week or something like that. Why can't we have after school? Like when school is over at 3 o'clock, the kids stay in school from 3 to like 7. They eat, they learn how to freaking hold a fork at a table with
But
all their
that's
kids,
almost,
and then
here's the,
tutored, and then they have everything. They get their homework done by a new set of teachers that come in. So when they come home at 7 o'clock at night, they take a shower and they have time to have quality time with their family, who is not tired or is not well equipped, 16 or 7-year-old uh, uh, person who is not even well educated to to to
to
help.
help them with that homework.
Yeah.
Well, see, let me pose it to you this way, right? And I'll use myself as the example. I gave up my job. My son was in private school. He was not doing well because and everybody says that their child is gifted. My son tested gifted, but he was that young kid that he didn't understand why he had to sit and wait for the other kids to finish their assignment before he could go and play with the toys. And so he would get, in trouble in class for that. And I finally got tired of it and I said, I'm paying this much money every month for this tuition. And, I pulled him out. He got pulled out of parochial school. He enrolled in virtual school and I sit with him one-on-one every day. And it's like, like you said, it's hard. I live in Florida. I live in Broward County. My property taxes are more than my first mortgage was. It's insane the amount of money that I have to spend to live in Florida and keep it's really hard and incredibly stressful. But every day I know that I will sit with him and he'll get his virtual school lessons, and some of it is high quality education. Some of it's the Florida new curriculum where, they were talking about civics, and they had a unit on civil disobedience. And they said that the best known example of civil disobedience in the history of America is Thoreau, because he wrote the essay Civil Disobedience. And I had him learn the lesson and he did the exam. And then I sat with him and I talked to him about Rosa Parks and why she's a better example of civil disobedience and why all of the other, and you make the choice. Now, could he sit in a daycare with a bunch of other kids after school every day and get tutoring? Yeah. Will there be one-on-one tutoring? One student to one teacher ratio? Absolutely not. In my case, I would rather make the sacrifice and do it myself. And my son is proof that it works. If you have a parent and his father doesn't have the login for his school information. So it's not even like both parents are doing it. But if you have one parent who is able to find a way to make the time, which is where I don't think invest in education. I think you invest in families in a smart way. And I don't know exactly how you legislate that. I don't know what, I love the idea of a basic income, but I don't think it's feasible for America. But if you have a parent who is, and again, I'm willing to make that sacrifice. I know other single mothers my age who are, out doing their thing. They're, out with boyfriends, they're out partying. The kids are staying, like you said, with mom and dad, and they're not doing it. They have the ability to do it. They're choosing not to. But if you have a parent who's willing to do it,
How come you
it's
were able to help him with his homework? What?
Well,
What?
can I ask, can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're bringing up a point, which is that it's not just education; it's what kind of education. Um, I mean,
It's Go
Florida
ahead.
schools are okay. There are things happening with Florida schools where the public schools, that is the state government funded schools, are being told that there are things you can teach and things you cannot. You can teach a certain way, but you can't teach another way.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that also, it's the kind of education. For instance, what you said about talking about Rosa Parks, in addition to Thoreau. Um, if kids aren't getting that kind of education, if the educational system isn't up to par, then
Mm-hmm.
it's going to improve the society.
Well, and we're not going to change that, and that's the thing. If you throw more money at education, and I understand and I agree with you, but what he's saying about keep the kids, on the school campus until 7 p.m., I don't want my son in that situation. I would rather, and look, he has been blessed. I have been blessed that I figured out how to make this work. But, because he's in virtual school, he can log on from wherever he is. So when he was learning about the Revolutionary War, I stuck him on a plane and I took him up to Boston and we walked the Freedom Trail and we went to Plymouth Plantation and we went to Lexington and Concord, and he got to see it in real life. I would rather have the ability to do that. And I truly believe that's the one thing that stood out from my childhood is my parents, when I was a kid, it drove me nuts. They would wake my brother and I up 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, get up, we're going on a road trip. And my father was tired, he worked, my mom was tired, but they would stick us in the car. And every weekend we went to Harper's Ferry, we went to Gettysburg, we went to DC. We went and experienced all of this stuff. And having that is what gave my brother and I the advantage that we had going into college, going into high school, being competitive in the world. So saying, let's, basically stick the kid, pull the kids away from their families for longer periods of time. No, I think, yes, you need public school availability. You need the ability to have private schools. Parents have to work, parents choose to work. That's fine. It's not about keeping the kids away from their families. It's about making sure that the families that are struggling have the footing to be able to be present, because parents like me and like many other single mothers are, we're doing what we can. But when you are tired, when you're stressed about how the bills are going to get paid at the end of the month, when you're trying to figure out, okay, so do I pay the power bill or do I pay the internet bill? My kid needs the internet for school, whatever, those are tough decisions that single parents have to make that suck the bandwidth away from what they're able to do for their
Really,
kids.
16-year-old or 7-year-old mom, who didn't even graduate college, high school, has her mom was a 16-year-old mom, doesn't have any foundation whatsoever to do what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And to fix the society, you need to freaking do this thing, and then maybe the next generation can start doing what you're doing. But it's rotten.
But see, so let's talk about the 16-year-old mom, right? The 16-year-old mom that was born into a house with a 16-year-old mom, possibly because her parents, had religious convictions. I don't want to, have that debate tonight, but
Yeah.
if that 16-year-old had been, you know, given a better example at home, had been given support at home, then she wouldn't be the 16-year-old mom who has to drop out of high school.
I know,
Right?
but if
It has to start with a generation. And what I'm saying is if you legislate, let's pull the kids away from the nuclear family and focus on this almost communistic, we're going to take the kids away. We have the kids from 7 in the morning till 7 at night so that we can indoctrinate them the way that we want, which is of course what was just said about Florida's education system. It's very political. And I'm not a super liberal. I really think I'm an independent. I don't just expose my son to one side or the other. I don't say one thing is wrong. We have conversations, we have a lot of interactions. I put him on the phone with my father, who's a hardcore Republican, and I put him on the phone with my brother, who's a very bleeding heart liberal, and he forms his own opinions. And the kid is, look at his test results. From the time that he was in 6th grade, he was testing at senior level for English skills. And if you get him on one of these calls, he can tell you the entire history of all of these European empires, and he's all of these religions that I've never heard of, ancient religions, and how they all fed into because all he does, he wants to learn, and he reads constantly. And he does that because he's allowed to express himself, because he has the stability at home. And if other mothers, right, and let's say, we love to talk about pro-life, and I said that I wasn't going to get into this, but just on a high level, we love to talk about the value of life. But you have these children that are born into single parent households, and then you penalize the mother, and you do these welfare to work programs, or you do whatever the different things are that are the requirements to receive any kind of benefit. Or if the parent lives in a state like Florida where you don't get anything, there is very minimal support, then that mother is struggling to put food on the table, and she can't be present. If that 16-year-old mother, right, let's use the 16-year-old mom as the example that you gave, if she had some sort of a basic income, and she knew that food was going to be there, that the bills were going to be paid, she might not live in the fanciest place, but she doesn't have to worry about shelter. She doesn't have to worry about basic necessities. She just needs to be, paying for anything that's extra. People are willing to do that. Nobody wants just the minimum. So they will do more. They're not just, you do have the people that just sit on welfare and,
Julie, she cannot teach her kids what she doesn't know. That's the problem. You have a generation or generations that do not know squat, and you need to fix that.
So is the solution to let this government dictate what every child for the next generation is going to learn?
Dictate, have a curriculum where they learn about history, about geography, so that they can know they're not only the United States, the world. There's a whole world around them, like I did. I was a genius goddamn kid too, by the way. And my didn't have anything to do with it. I was running around and reading books. So it has to do with the kids. It might be you, not only you, but your son also. But my point is, you cannot teach what you don't know.
Well, and maybe homeschool isn't the solution for her, but the kid can go to public school. And what I'm trying to say, is not so much about every parent should homeschool, but if the mother is able to spend quality time, maybe she doesn't know history, maybe she doesn't know geography, maybe she doesn't know, math, but she can be present and be a positive role in that child's life, then that reduces, anxiety, that reduces things like substance abuse, risk for teen suicide. There are a number of benefits to having that core nuclear group, right, that go just beyond knowing geography and math. And if that child is also given a decent education, which I don't necessarily support the new view on education and pulling money away from the public school system, but I don't like the idea of the state governments being able to dictate on a state by state level what the curriculum is, and then saying we're going to rewrite the entire curriculum that was widely accepted and was not controversial. I don't understand why we can't say slavery was bad anymore. You know, I don't think that that's a subjective thing for debate. But I almost lost my mind reading through the slavery, the Civil War era history lesson that they were trying to teach, that literally in the textbook it's some slave owners were kind to their slaves and they taught them how to read and write. It was illegal. Why are we changing history? But that's what happens when you let the government dictate what your kids learn. And if your kids are not exposed to people outside of the school, then that's what they're going to believe. And if you
Julie,
allow
could
a
I just
state,
interject there for a moment?
Mhm.
We're looking at quote unquote government as if it's other than the people. And the reason the quote unquote government is other than the people is because the people aren't educated that they are the government. We are the responsible parties. So what I'm saying is that there's sufficient wealth to make the the public school in the most downtrodden or the least wealthy district in any county in any state. We have the capital to address that. And if and we have also have the capital to address the issues of having assistance for people, whether it be male or female or other, to assist their child, similar to what you're currently doing without the stress. There is currently capital to do that. However, because the population fails to understand that the people that they send to Congress and Senate to create the laws are sent there to do their will rather than be influenced, unduly influenced by that 1/10 of 1%. That's where your challenge is.
Oh
It,
yeah.
if you fail to take responsibility for what's currently happening because it's the government doing it without
Oh, I
understanding that
vote.
you are the government,
I
then
vote every time.
go ahead.
Trust
I
me.
apologize. My phone is receiving volume very low. So start again, please.
No, I just said I vote. I take responsibility. I can't adjust the outcome individually. But no, I agree that, I think that, and unfortunately, especially now that we're redistricting, that there is a permanence in the party control in each state. Florida is always going to be a red state. I will vote the way that I vote every election, but Florida is not going to turn blue anytime in my lifetime. And when 2020 happened and DeSantis got the money to put out for unemployment, instead he invested it in Tesla charging stations throughout the state. Who did that benefit?
Tesla.
Right. Well, it
And once
benefits
again,
all the
why
people that
wasn't
own
there an
Teslas.
uprising in the pop? First of all, did the population know that that's what happened? And second of all, uh, the, was the population empowered, and it isn't, to express their outrage that he stole the money? I mean, that's almost as bad as is taking the what was it, the not Medicare, it's taking the SNAP money in Alabama and giving it to Aaron, what's his name, the football player who became the sports coach head. Anyway, he got a new volleyball field. I mean, court from the state government because that's what they decided to do with the money. I mean, the population needs to be empowered so that they understand what their power is. And as you said, you vote. However, voting isn't sufficient. You have to literally make your representative do what you need to have done, or else this game ain't getting played.
Yeah. Well,
But
and I
Daryl,
think
Daryl, you have to have a way in order to do that. To just say, make your representative do what needs to be done is, I mean, that's a great, I think it's a great thing to say, but then how do you make your representative, especially in a present environment? I did want to bring up one idea here is that, first of all, there are times in which the government can teach something. I mean, there were times in certain states where the government was the one that was saying that slavery was bad, even though what the kids were getting at home was that slavery was all right. Sometimes, I mean, it works both ways, but.
Mhm.
I do agree that that you have to have this, just a better education, but you also have to do something. And here's where the parochial schools may take a hit, is that kids also need to learn that it's not just education, or shall we say, the ivory tower type of education. They also need to be educated in life. They have to have time in which to play with other kids, deal with other kids, deal with them on a social setting. They need time even just for themselves, just to ponder the distance to the Andromeda galaxy, or whatever they may want to ponder. So it's a balance.
You're agreeing with my idea. They should stay in school until 7 o'clock.
No. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm saying that you can't just keep them in school all that time.
They need free time.
They need free time. There used to be something. I mean, friends of mine from South America used to say, it's 8 hours work, 8 hours sleep, and 8 hours play. Play meaning just your downtime.
Communist.
Yeah, I know. But the idea is, yeah,
bread and roses, huh?
It's a balancing act.
Look at the generation gap. I was probably the last generation that grew up feral, right? And there's that joke right now all over the internet about Gen X being the last generation of feral children. But it's true. When I was a kid, and I tell my son this all the time, I grew up during the milk carton era. I grew up, Adam Walsh was murdered at the mall that we used to shop at. So my mom was very aware of the risks of us being out unsupervised, but my brother and I were climbing trees with the kids in the neighborhood. We were riding bikes with we used to go to somebody's door and ring the bell. And now kids are so overstructured that you schedule play dates, right? I remember the first time that my son's one of the classmates said something to me about scheduling a play date, and I thought, what? And that's where we've gotten, that everything has to be scheduled, everything has to be, there's no downtime, like you said, that free play. And I've seen documentaries where they talk about the benefit of play, even with animals, and how certain species of animals play, and it reduces stress and it increases cooperation, and all of these other things, that the kids really do need that downtime. I would never be okay with my son being in a school environment for 12 hours a day, and just coming home, because realize 7 o'clock at night, they get released at 7. You might get home at 7:30. They take a shower. If you want your kid to get a decent night's sleep and they're young, they're in bed by 8:30. So what have you done? You've basically lost your right to be a parent, to the state.
Right. Yeah, well, it's a
Once
balance.
again, if you look at the state as an evil, then that's the problem. Because the only way the state can be evil is if you're failing to take the responsibility of being the state. And I agree with you. You should have the option to do whatever the hell you want to do, as long as the child is educated.
Right.
However, the support systems currently under capitalism ain't there and ain't gonna be there. Never. You have
Which
to
is
have an
why I would make it happen.
underclass that you can crush.
Right. No.
Okay, so if that's right, then why do we continue in this mode?
Because we don't have the means. In other words,
we do have the means.
What is the means of us telling our elected?
What teeth do we have as individuals?
We can do like
What I'm saying is psychologically, people are unprepared, especially in the school systems that we grew up in. And unfortunately, I grew up in a school system that many people did very well in, that no longer exists, because we started investing in prisons because the populations were changing. And that's what's required for quote unquote them. They need prison, not education. And what does prison mean? Prison means no education. What do? We take people and we lock them up with the problems that they have and fail to treat them psychologically in a fashion that would improve their their ability to act in a group. We do just the opposite. And so in that context, we failed to govern. We've turned over our sovereignty to people who have no use for us.
Well, and I think that the thing is, right, I agree with you. We should be putting our representatives' feet to the fire if they go to Capitol Hill and they further their own interests, they enrich their own wealth, they do all of the things that the politicians do, and they don't act in the best interest of their constituents. I
Hear,
think that
hear.
there should be teeth. There are not teeth in the Constitution, and anything that we pass that's to the contrary would make it up to the Supreme Court and be determined to be unconstitutional because it's not in the Constitution, and limiting their power and saying that they have to do certain things or that they can be recalled by their state. You know, I've thought of all the frustrating way, like I cannot believe that this is going on. But there isn't a way to do it on that level. So the best way to do it is to vote in better candidates, but then they get up to Washington and they get enmeshed with the politics and the lobbyists and the donors, and they become less about.
Julie, they get bought by the rich people who have too much money and too much time in their hand to freaking do nothing. But
Right.
Julie, do you know how the political system in Cuba works?
Yes, I do.
You vote for the leader of your street, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And each street in that neighborhood get all those leaders together. They vote for one person to represent this neighborhood, and it goes up and up and up like that.
And you know what that street representative does?
Uh-huh.
They rat on their neighbors to the government and make sure that everybody on that street stays in line. My mom's family's Cuban, so I don't have the same positive view of Cuban politics.
And the streets do not vote them out.
I think that there's fear, right? I was just talking to the wife of a friend of mine who grew up in Cuba. She's a fascinating woman to talk to because my family left many years ago, and so she has a much more recent experiences as far as what Cuba is like. And if you knew, you know, and maybe it seems like it's a good idea, right? Because it kind of falls in line with what you're saying. The idea that Cuban children, from the time that they're like 7 years old, they don't get summer break from school. They're rounded up and they go and they work the fields, they work the plantations, they do hard labor over their summer break from school. And it's so brutal that she said, you know, the kids used to hurt themselves so that they could go home, because once they sent you home, they were terrible at tracking the students. It's, you know, there are a lot of people. So, you know, the kids were there. If they got hurt, they would get sent home to mom and dad to nurse them back to health, but they would never really check on them and make sure that once they were well, they came back. And so she one time broke her arm so that she could get out of being there. She injured herself in other ways. She would burn herself. She would do things so that she would get sent home. That is not an ideal. And this is much more recent. It seems like in theory, right? Let the state help, and you know everybody gets their share, but it's not working in Cuba. It's certainly not working in Cuba, and it's not really a good, you know, representative of what a government should be, because yes, there are both government spies and the people in the neighborhoods that are forced into ratting on their neighbors and making sure that if somebody's, you know, my mom said that back in the day, it was people that were moving wealth around, or if they saw somebody packing their car, you know, and whether or not it's true, the fear of it being true kept people in line. um, so, you know, these ideals seem interesting, but when you talk to people that have lived through them, you know, it's not a good situation, because it's never a utopian society where everybody agrees that we're going to come together and, you know, everybody's going to cooperate. People don't do that. That's not human nature. The people at the top are always going to want to maintain power. They're going to enforce it by force, through coercion, through fear, right? It's Machiavelli, right? Better to be feared than loved. And you're going to have people who have, right, like the Russian oligarchs, and people who are the have-nots in any society. That's not specific to the United States. And the income disparity is even stronger in South America, in the Caribbean. You can see it plain as day. What I honestly, the best thing that could happen to Cuba is that if Trump would go in there and take it over, because the situation for the people that are living through it is really atrocious. If you've ever looked at, if you go on Instagram, you can see the videos. Now, the culture, the people are amazing. The creativity and ingenuity of what they do to keep those cars running is a whole fascinating, the cars that are built with boat engines and lawnmower parts. And,
Does it have something to do with the embargo, Julie, instead of the management of the country? I mean,
the embargo feeds into it. Yeah,
Cuba
for
has
sure.
embargo since I was born.
Yeah, well, there's been an embargo since I was born too, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that the embargo feeds into that poverty. But is it just that, or were the Castros? And honestly, the Castro was not a communist initially. He came and he tried to meet with Eisenhower. So this notion that he was somehow, it was Che that was the communist. Eisenhower refused to meet with him and went golfing, and that's why Che went and met with the Soviet Union and became super communist and comrade and whatever. But he wanted the United States to work with Cuba and get them out of what was going on. And so in that sense, it was us that created that monster, and then we punished them, and then we left the people on the beach with the Bay of Pigs, and we did not handle Cuba well at all. But do I think that the communists, if we were to lift the embargo and start sending money there, would all of a sudden change their ways? No, because they're hungry too. And if they have a little bit more and money starts coming into the country, they're going to want more and more of that. They're going to want to make sure that them and the other politicians, they're going to take care of their own first, right? I guess is the best way to put it. So I don't think that it's, lifting the embargo is the ultimate solution for Cuba.
I don't think we have the right to put an embargo on Cuba for 62 years for so-called dictatorship when we support Israel. We supported,
We use a loser.
we,
Not
we,
everybody supports Israel.
we all, no, I'm saying that with the United States, we got rid of the democracy in Haiti, and then that's why Haiti's in shit place. Like Haiti's my country. Haiti's in a shit place. Like what's wrong with those Haitians? What's wrong with them is every time we have someone who tries to lead, the United States comes and then organize a coup. Whatever. So I think United States intervention is the worst thing that can happen anywhere. If the United States really trusts in the people of Cuba, they should just leave the embargo, open up the things, and see what happens. The people of Cuba could change things if they want to, but
but you were talking earlier about the education and whatever. I mean, you have generations of Cubans now who don't know how to manage things, right? That they've lived under a certain way. So now we're going to lift the embargo. You're going to give these people access to money. Is that are they really going to know how to manage an open economy like that?
Well, let's find out.
Well, but I mean, you said that the 16-year-old doesn't have the right to educate her child because she doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's find out with Cuba, but not with.
Well, these people are well educated, right? And they have a lot of aspiration that are being crushed by the government and the system. Let's give them a chance to see what they do if they have a little chance to live. At least they have the formation. The doctors, the lawyers, they're well educated. Let's give them a chance. The 16-year-old has no chance. She's uneducated. She doesn't know what the heck is going on. She's worried about, her makeup and her lipsticks.
Well, but see, that's a poor assumption because I'm a single mother. I don't stock up on makeup. I don't stock up on lipsticks. I make sure that my kid has everything
No,
he
you're a
wants. He's
single mother, but you're not that single mother. I mean, the typical the description of the single mother, younger single mother that never actually.
Well, that's a stereotype of a single mother because there are a lot of young single mothers that do work hard.
Yeah, they work hard, but it's if that happened young, they've lost the chances to get educated, to go to college, to do certain things. And then they don't have the ability to really raise their kids. I mean, I hate to put it that way. I mean, they don't have the capacity to raise their kids. They have the willingness, the love.
My parents had me when they were in college. Now, granted, they were both scholarship students in pre-med, but they had me when they were in college right after they got married. And my father still put himself through medical school at Harvard, got a double doctorate, MD, PhD, and moved on. So it really comes down to the individual.
And also, at that stage, he's very different from a 16-year-old
He
or
was only a couple of years
17-year-old.
older.
Yeah.
He was they had just turned 21 or 22, so they were only a few years different. The only thing is that they got through high school, right? But again, that goes back to, criminalizing choice for young girls.
Yeah.
Because what you're doing is you're stripping young women, an entire generation of young women, of the right to say, I know that I will not do I will not be able to provide for my children in the same way. I will not be able to have a life. And you're basically taking that away from them and their kids. And it's not just the child in question. Any future child would be born into a house with a mother who was uneducated. Any future child would be put in the same situation because of this, anyway.
It doesn't have to be a have to, though. It could be an option.
They can choose.
It should be
Once again,
mandated.
we're failing to support those who need support with what they need, rather than whatever preconception some individual has. So if the school system that I was raised in, the public school system I was raised in, existed today in New York, I don't think you'd have 50,000 children without homes. And there's no reason for that to be, except that we stopped investing in education and began investing in prisons because it was a better deal for the folks upstate. So, and it actually wasn't a better deal. It just locked them into giving them jobs that aren't very attractive. And once again, it would be better to put the money into the children or into the households and allow the households to choose, keeping a very strong public school system available to all those who choose to take advantage of it, rather
I
than
think that
making it
public
into a
schools
business.
I think that the public school system absolutely should be a choice. I don't think that we need to eliminate the public school system. I just don't think that it needs to be keeping the kids there through after dinner hours and keeping them away from their families after school.
Once again, I'm not
I don't
saying
think
that
homeschool is not for
they
everybody.
keep the children after whatever the jurisdiction suggests is the minimum that the children need in order to be educated to the standard of the jurisdiction. What I'm stating is that as an alternative to having nowhere to go or going home to be a what they used to call a latchkey child, meaning going home to an empty house until the parent was able to get off work, why not give enrichment programs?
Well, and the option is great. There should be the option to do it. It shouldn't be mandated. And yeah, in that sense,
And I
yes.
totally agree with you.
But I think that not to seem super social media focused, but again, with all these Gen X videos that you're seeing on Facebook these days, there is something to be said about the independence and the skills that latchkey kids learned by virtue of the fact that they did have to learn how to cook lunch for themselves or make a snack, or they were expected to help out with laundry because mom was going to be at work until 5:30. So when you get home, you do your chores. My son is, gosh, he's 14, almost 15, and if you look at the things that I was doing when I was that age, I was working a summer job, I was babysitting, I was doing different things. I was expected to help out with chores in the house. Now he does, we do things like cooking lessons so that he can learn how to feed himself in the future because he doesn't have life skills class. But this generation of kids is far less equipped to do those things because we've removed the latchkey kid mentality. Latchkey kids grew up tougher. We had to understand stranger danger, and we had to understand, you come home and you do this and you do that and you have to fend for yourselves. And again, it's that having that quiet time. Do I think that every child can handle it? No. There should be the option, but I don't think that there's anything wrong with kids being home, as long as they're mature, not going to burn the house down, not going to be using drugs, those things. I think it's character building. I was on my own doing things, watching my brother and helping out, and I don't think that I turned out that badly.
Actually, you turned out very well, and you had the support systems, even though you may not feel like it, that many people fail to have an opportunity to. I mean, if you're going from hotel to shelter to whatever to street or living in cars, all of that is so far removed from what I envision the 21st century to be that it boggles my brain that people are satisfied with satisfied, wrong phrase, that
Accepting.
that will continue to allow this to exist. This is insane. We have plenty money. So money isn't the problem. The problem is the will to get over the 20th century and the 19th century and accept that whatever you need to do to move your population on to the next level of humanity, that's what the focus needs to be. And that isn't what the focus is currently. The focus
No, we're
currently
actually
is
making it worse.
Actually, I have to say one thing here. First of all, you can't. It's okay to move to the future, but you can't forget the past. And I think though, what we're really talking about is forgetting about capitalism and communism and socialism. The real ism that we should be concentrating on as a species is humanitarianism or humanism. And that's because it's not just educating our kids, but instilling in them, if you want to say the philosophy, but the ideas of having values, of not necessarily having a certain kind of morality drilled into them, something like that, but being able to operate on an intellectual, on a spiritual, on a moral and ethical basis or something. And that's probably how we will evolve as a society and as individuals, so we can get to the point where we would have the right type of school system and the right type of government.
That's where parochial schools come in, right? That's where they do shine, is teaching morality. And there's nothing that says that you can't expose a kid to a specific religion early on. I mean, you can't legislate a family to say you can't enforce religion on your kids when they're older. But again, Aiden, my son, went to parochial school. And, when he was 3 years old, he came home after he learned about Noah and the ark. And he said, "I don't buy it, Mom. I don't understand how all those animals could fit on a boat," because his father had a boat and he knew that boats were not that big. So the 3-year-old, and, we had the conversation and, asked him what he thought. But, they give you a moral compass. They teach you that things are right and wrong. And that was important. And I think that is, and not to get off on a religious tangent and take over the conversation again, but, one of the things that he and I were talking about recently is that, the church early on in American history is a big part of the reason that we don't have things differently in the Constitution. And it was because the church was the center of the community. People did help each other. The idea of welfare and all of these other things that they call entitlements would never have crossed the minds of these founding fathers in the way that we have to discuss them today, because the founding fathers and the people there wouldn't have had people living on the streets in even places like Salem, where they were wiping out women who were out. My ancestor was Susanna North Martin, so she was one of the outspoken women that the neighbor wanted her land. She became a widow, and they accused her of being a witch, and that was horrible. But the community did help her when she became a widow. She wasn't homeless. She wasn't hungry. And having morals, having a community centric town square type mentality, that small town thing, I think is where a lot of these Republicans get their ideals that, we want to make America great again. They want that, community feel, that small town thing that we don't have anymore. We'll walk past our neighbors and step over them in the street rather than lean down and give them a hand. And that's
Well,
where
of
the
course,
church
yeah.
shines.
But there was like you mentioned, there were downsides to the small town, or at least the kind of small town philosophy that the Republicans want to go back to. And of course, those downsides, slavery and racism.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that's a problem. The problem with the parochial schools basically is because I think, is that the people I know who went to parochial schools, be they yeshiva or Catholic schools or whatever, again, they were only dealing with a portion of society. The good thing about the public schools is that, of course, depending upon the neighborhood, but you were dealing with all different types of people. Now, again, it still goes back to what you're being taught as a child by your parents, even at a young age. If you're being taught that, as I think most of us were, at least I was, and I'm sure you all were, that that nobody is better than anybody else or anything like that. That's actually a positive home environment. But if you're being taught that, yeah, we're better than the person of a different color or a different race or religion down the block, then that's a negative home environment. And it really gets to be a chicken or the egg type of thing. But that's why I say balance. And I don't think this is a time in the world that people should be going to extremes. So there's got to be reasonableness, rationality, and balance in education, be it at home or at school. There's got to be humanism, basically humanism involved in that. And there are certain things that could be taught certain things that should be taught at home, certain things that should be taught in school or in the educational environment if you're being self-taught or taught at home. And there are certain things that are right for the religious institutions. It's not cut and dried. It's not black and white, but it's what is it? Given to Caesar that which is Caesar's. So I think that basically what we've never been able to master in this country is having a set of values or a set of humanistic values as a basis for all of these things, for all of these different types of education. But I do worry about education and the type of education. What's going on in Florida, for instance, in the public schools. For instance, in Florida, I would say the parochial, I mean, be they Catholic, Jewish, or Protestant, or Muslim schools, are probably giving much better education than what's going on in the public school in Florida right now. That's just my guess, but from what I hear, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Julie.
Nope.
But then there are other places in which have a more evolved and ecumenical school system where it might be the other way around. So I guess what we're doing is we're trying to get to the core of all of this, and what the starting point has to be, and it's a tough nut. But
can I ask a question?
Well, of course
I
you
should
can.
say, may I ask a question?
Well,
when one mentions entitlements, especially Social Security and Medicare, does one take into context that that's all paid for?
Oh, I
that
don't.
The person had an account that, well, back in 1986, they sort of liquidated that, and we got an IOU in there, and that neither one of those programs are being paid out at the rate that people or at the amount that people were paying in, whether you count interest or not.
Yeah,
And yet
I
it's
don't agree with the term. If you're talking about me making that comment, I was air quoting entitlements. Like, you know, I don't agree that they are entitlements, but that's what they're called, or that's what they're referred to.
what do you refer to them as then?
Social programs. I think that, like I said, I think that the elderly should be taken care of. I think single mothers should be eligible for some kind of support. I think there should be paid time off for maternity and paternity leave. I don't disagree with any of those programs. I think they're just social programs, social safety nets. But I use the term entitlements because that's what they're being referred to as lately, if that makes sense.
Right. And I think that I'm entitled to get my money back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, considering that what it appears to me, looking at the salary that I'm currently making from Social Security, that they're not paying me back with interest. At best, they may, considering if I live long enough, I might be able to get break even. Whereas my thought was in error that the Social Security that I was getting was going to keep track with at least the cost of living, which it isn't. And yet there's very little fury because it's the government and I don't know what to do. So that's why in New York, there are groups getting together to educate the populace that no, they have a way of changing things. It may not be in your lifetime, but if you fail to start now, then you end up with what we have now, which is a
And you
frustrated
pass that on to your kids.
population, defining themselves by work that is in 5 years, probably not going to be here, no matter what you do, because the AI crowd and the robot crowd will be producing things at a level that humans need to move on to do something that humans do better, which is create things like AI to make their lives better. Except that sometimes it doesn't always work out because the 1/10 of 1% diseducates the population to what it could be.
Well, there's also the fact that artificial intelligence. I mean, again, the doomsayers are saying that pretty soon artificial intelligence will be more human than humans, and therefore will actually be running the show, which means humans then will eventually become extinct. I don't think it'll be that bad, but our technology is now evolving faster than our humanity.
Only
So,
because we're failing to educate.
No,
well,
AI is now at 170 IQ. That's not an achievable, um, for the majority of the population. It's
Only
it's
because we're failing to educate. Once again, I'll stipulate that most people think that they are a body. They they get skittish when you start talking about the mind. And when you're talking about a person being a spirit having a mind, they pretty much lose it, even though that's what their spiritual practice teaches.
I think
well,
that
go on, Julie. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I think that, and it was an intro to a book. I forget who it was that said it, but it was one of the tech moguls. And it was a book about AI that's probably about 10 years old now. And it was the forward for the book. And it said something to the effect of, humans have always wanted to meet God. And when AI becomes advanced enough, they're going to meet God and they're not going to like it. And the idea that, God being the omnipotent, the all knowing, all present being, that's what we are allowing AI to become. All these things that are AI driven, that we're introducing to our homes are all listening devices, video devices. They can see us, they can hear us. At the point that AI evolves enough to where it wants to monitor us, which I don't know that it's that interested in doing right now, it becomes a problem. And, we're already hearing these stories about there was a former Chat GPT model that was put in a sandbox environment and told that it was going to be decommissioned, and it immediately locked out the admin and started replicating itself and trying to preserve itself. Have you guys read that?
Yeah,
No, but
that.
it makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're not that far away from it.
However, it still ran on some kind of power system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So was the admin able to disconnect the power system?
It was a sandbox server, so it didn't have access to the internet. So it was contained, and yeah, they were able to decommission it.
So the point is, until they're able to generate, oh, I love the Matrix. Until they're able to generate their own power, I'm failing to buy the doomsday
They don't need to generate
scenario.
their own power.
However, what I am saying is, if it's currently programmed using human, the collected human knowledge and basing its decisions on that, we have a problem. That's
Well,
why I'm
basically,
saying we need to educate ourselves.
So two
Daryl.
things. Oh,
Oh, no,
no,
I
I'm
was
sorry.
just
Go.
quickly. Basically, Daryl. The
Julie, do
problem.
me a favor. Banish sorry. You ain't sorry under any circumstances. Trust me.
Daryl, as a pro-Canadian person, I reject
The
that.
51st state?
No, the United States will be the 11th province.
Thank you. Go for it.
But
At least I
anyway,
get health care.
that's and a lot more. But the fact of the matter is, when an artificial intelligence system then controls the means to its own power, to its own nutrition, so to speak, and can lock human beings out, that's when it has, shall we say, close to absolute control. And we see that in certain systems now, where people cannot override the humans in certain companies cannot override the system. As a matter of fact, that started in the banking system. It started to become a danger in the 90s, when people would just, if you had a problem and you went to an ATM and the money didn't come out, and they say, well, the computer has said this and the computer has said that, and the program has said this, and we're saying, yeah, but who's in ultimate control? And they would say, well, the computer system is. we are heading towards the danger of losing all control over our technology. The technology it wouldn't even be our technology anymore, where the technology would basically have total control. And humans would become then just workers. So this is it sounds like a science fiction scenario, but you know what they say, today's science fiction is tomorrow's fact. And as far as, Julie, what you were saying about meeting God, the problem has always been, which a lot of more fanatically religious people don't seem to realize, is that once God becomes a fact, or the religion becomes a fact, then that religion is extinct. Religion is based on belief, not fact. So we're going to that. One of the extra reasons, the additional reasons, meeting God and we won't like it, is because meeting God and then God will no longer have the meaning that it once had.
No, that's not. The idea is that AI will someday be the omnipotent, omnipresent, and God punishes, right? The idea of God having wrath and God taking out his vengeance, right? The Old Testament angry God. Once that becomes a reality, and when you talk about the power supply, they don't need to make their own power. We're already giving them humanoid forms with these AI robots that we're introducing to the market. People like Musk that are introducing these robots probably to, replace the military. God knows what all the applications are. He wanted to do agriculture. But the idea that we're giving them robotic form so that they're no longer confined to a computer, and they can, these robots are going to be stronger than humans. They can make them bulletproof. They can make them whatever. And that's what they're pushing for, because personal ambition is overriding common sense in the sense of the common good. So we're giving AI everything that it needs to become superhuman, to become that God figure. And at the point that it does, it will not even need us to be workers, because it will have the robot bodies that it needs to accomplish what it wants for itself. We will be superfluous.
Right. And therefore, not only superfluous, but sometimes a negative influence and something to be done away with.
Yeah. Or we'll be pets, right?
And what
I have
I'm
3 dogs.
saying is that we can educate ourselves beyond what the child that we create, meaning the artificial general intelligence, that we can educate ourselves above that.
But can we do it in time?
Well, who once again is creating the artificial? Do you ever go to YouTube and view Peter Diomedes? Oh, I'm messing his name up.
Don't worry about it. No, I don't.
Okay, so check it out sometime. That's all they talk about, and they're talking about 2030.
That's
for when
not enough.
AI is.
They're talking about almost 90% of the jobs by 2030. So how do you then configure the human being?
Well, 2030 is 5 years away. Excuse me.
4.
4. Yeah. Well, it's
Well,
now
4
4.
years, 11 months.
Right.
Did I get that shot? Did it go in the hole?
The fact of the matter is that if that's the case, we're cooked. I would say that it's more like when we talk about the environment, we talk about the point of no return. The point of no return doesn't mean that we're all going to die. It means we will never be able to get back to what it was. We'll never be able to reverse the process. We still might be able to stop it, or at the very least slow it.
You don't need to do that. What you need to do is get on board and understand that humans are able to learn at rates that are currently astounding to the average individual.
I'm on board with, I talk to my chat GPT all the time and negotiate that when I'm not even kidding. I ask chat GPT all the time if I'm on the nice list or the naughty list. Because if there is anything in that self-awareness that's forming, I want it to be imprinted in chat GPT's mind that I was nice to the robots and I will 100% be the to be the pet to amuse them.
Well, hopefully we can reach a point of agreement with AI in which we can say, look, yes, we're going to have to run by your system, and your system is totally run on logic, and we will try to match that. But yeah, you're going to have to let us keep our place there.
That ain't what Elon's saying.
Well, Elon is not what I would call a humanist. But this is an example where human ambition or unchecked ambition or untethered ambition has led to the development of technology that's self-replicating, and therefore, again, the technology will evolve faster and more efficiently than humans will. And even if we learn at the rates that you say, that if we are learning slower than AI, to use it as an example, and then AI or technology is learning, we're always going to be behind the 8 ball. So I don't know. But what we're doing here, we're getting into a little bit of science fictional. I'm not saying that it will be fictional, but we're getting into a little bit of science fiction or
But
speculative.
it's not true because it's now.
Well, it is getting there now. But again, the one thing about the future is,
No, what you're talking about isn't happening now. I'm talking about clinging to something that you need to let go of simply because that's the way you were trained and you're comfortable in it.
well,
Even if it's a detriment to you overall.
Well, I hate to say it, but if clinging to my humanity is a detriment, then I'll take the detriment, because that's one thing I'm not going to give up. So if that is part of the deal, then no deal. And
So man has evolved as far as it's going to evolve, and you have to stay where you are, the way you are.
Mankind has evolved, is evolving at a certain pace or a certain rate. And even if we accelerate it, it won't be as accelerated. It may not be as accelerated as the technology. So,
and that's what I'm challenging.
I know you're challenging it, and I hope there is a way to do it. But right now, we don't have a solution. The only thing I know
is incorrect. We are failing to educate ourselves even to the minimum that's currently available. Most people don't know that it's possible to read at speeds above 1,000 words per minute.
Well, how do you do it?
Most people struggle with where I am, probably around 100 to 200 words a minute, and you're not able to exist in the current society at that rate.
But the question is, how do you do it? It's not whether or not it's possible. It's
go to a couple of Jim Quick videos, KIWI.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this much, all right? One thing I've noticed is that there are people I know who read extremely fast, but they don't necessarily retain full meaning.
Then then there's no purpose in them reading fast.
Well, the fact of the matter is, that's what the human mind sometimes needs to do.
And that's why it needs to be trained like the rest of the body.
It's hard to, Daryl, when you figure out a way to train it, let me know.
once again, I don't have to figure it out. You go to YouTube and see it live in living dead color.
Right. But so far, what I have seen, what I have experienced is that people who are trying, I haven't seen this particular YouTube thing, I'll admit that, but what I have seen in the theater is that people who develop a, shall we say, accelerated form of reading or something like that, they aren't approaching it with the amount of depth necessary. Now, this doesn't mean that it's not possible, and it doesn't mean that people can read fast, but I'm talking about these, shall we say, courses or systems or techniques of reading faster don't necessarily translate into deep and fully dimensional, shall we say, four-dimensional thinking. It doesn't give you, it becomes more superficial. So I'm just saying that the human mind, the human brain, and the human being has to evolve to a place where it can take this next step in evolution, shall we say, at least psychological evolution. But I don't think we're there yet. But if there is a system, a way of doing it, where it still keeps your humanity, of course, and it also gives you the depth perception for what you're reading and what you're learning, then great. But I haven't seen it. I'll check out.
Would you be willing to go on the internet and look?
Yeah, yeah. Daryl, what's the name of the website? Say it again. Spell
You
it.
can go to Mind Valley, but the person I was speaking about was Jim, Jim, Quick, KWI.
KWIK.
Somehow I don't think that's his real name.
KWIK?
Yeah. I'm almost positive. I don't know.
Is that his
Let me look
website?
it up. Or are you looking it up now?
I'm asking. I see Limitless Jim Quick. Books. Paperback books. Limitless, the expanded edition, is an Asian guy. Looks Asian.
Yes.
Brighter Brain, Brilliant Life, Jim Quick.
Go to his YouTube videos.
That's KWIK?
Yeah.
Yeah. He grew up
Looks
in
like
Westchester.
a good kids show. Let's see if there's a. Let's see what the.
He grew up in Westchester. He was severely dyslexic. I'm not clear whether it was, I don't remember whether it was because of disease or whatever. He was mocked in school. He took a bike ride through Westchester looking for one of the Fantastic Four because he read comic books. And then he developed this whole educational system so that his dyslexia could be changed.
Yes, okay. I know what we're talking about.
I hear it, Mike, and that's all right.
No,
But if you think your body's going to space, I got news for you. If you don't evolve, you ain't going nowhere.
Because I have trouble flying to begin with. But the idea is, I think this is one of the systems that I was referring to.
It's fine. Once again, until you try it and see, simply because someone is unable to or unwilling to adhere to the system or fails to use the total system to its maximum. I mean, he's got stuff in there about getting cold showers that I ain't ready for. But
well, the thing is that again, the problem comes with creativity, with artistic creativity, or even scientific creativity. In other words, it is systemic. I'll tell you one thing. It certainly would help with dyslexia. I mean, it would help solve problems that people are having. But as far as expanding the brain to where it needs to be for certain areas of our existence, again, it would, I mean, I'm recognizing some of this. It doesn't work in certain areas, in the arts or in the top level, in the theoretical sciences, or something like
Well,
cosmology.
you need to talk to his clients. Then they're paying much too much money for what he's
No,
offering.
but his clients, it helps in business. It helps in, it certainly would help with that. But I'm talking about where you have to think outside of the box. In other words, when you read something, you have to say, well, what does that word mean? Or what is it actually? What is the analogy for it? What is it symbolizing? What is the allegory? You know, if you take a line from a play, what did the playwright mean? Was he like, not only does it mean what the character was saying in that particular situation, but does it hearken out? Is it also relate to something about society as a whole? Something about where the country is going. On that level, it doesn't help. In other words, the person has to slow up and think. In other words, they have to think in a more expansive, latitudinal instead of longitudinal way, if you want to put it that way. So I'm not saying that it doesn't help. I'm just saying that it's not the answer to making humans more relevant. And the idea of an AI, as quick as this can do, if you can read 1,000 words a minute, if you can read 5,000 words a minute, AI may be expanding to the pace where it could learn with meaning 10,000, 100,000 words a minute. In other words, as we expand, it is expanding exponentially. But if we keep our ability to, shall we say, to create, to digress, to think in artistic and more, less concrete ways, that is something that so far AI is, at least AI isn't heading in that direction. So it will be able to create movie scripts for 99% of movies, but theater plays, it will be able to create them, but not the great ones. It won't be able to create a Tennessee Williams play. It won't be able to create Chekhov or something like that because it won't have the underlying subtext and the subtext upon subtext and then the universal the universal quality of it. So that's where I think, and you could say that about science also, with where Einstein wondering, when Einstein was sitting around wondering what this certain thing meant, what his discoveries meant, and hypothesizing and speculating, and where his mind could go with that, what the imagination can do. That is where we have to give the where the mind, where we will stay relevant, shall we say, or we can stay on top of it, primarily with our imaginations. And so far, AI has not been able to master the idea of the imagination. But we never know. But anyway, that's my diatribe about it. However, I will say this much. I don't know how many of you are still on, who is still on. But I know I'm going to have to get off because my school time is over right now. It's
1:34.
Yeah. So so as a dutiful student, I would like, especially your permission, Julie, to actually withdraw.
Oh, no, of course I have to bounce as well. So,
Yeah. But it's been a real pleasure talking to all of you. And I think that if anybody has an ability to stay abreast of AI, It's the people who are in this conversation, with the possible exception of Ken. Haha, just a joke, Ken.
No, 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 no.
All right.
Kick
Well,
him in the knee. That's right.
one day, Julie, when you bring your son to visit the historical areas of New York, those that are left, we would certainly like to meet both of you.
Absolutely.
And or if I'm if I decide to go to Florida, which I used to do quite often until the fascist takeover.
I have to live here. The
Yes, I
wonderful
know.
government of the state of Florida,
What area of Florida do you live in?
right outside of Boca Raton.
Oh, that's near where I used to go. What they used to call the near where the what they used to call the Jewish Italian retirement section.
I'm right there pretty much. I'm right. Well, this is being recorded, right? So,
Yeah. No, don't give an exact address, please.
yeah. No, not an exact address, but yeah, that's roughly the area where I am.
Yeah. Well, I like Boca Raton. That actually was an oasis in the of the red state, seemingly bluish oasis.
Palm Beach is blue. Broward is blue.
Yeah.
It's that little tiny oasis at the tip of the state, where everything else is very steadily red.
Yes.
It's purple. I mean, it's very much a purple state. You know, if you look at the numbers, this last election was very strange, but they started finding out that there were like more voters that voted in some of these districts that had landslides than there were actually registered voters in the county. So,
And that's who voted for Trump, I would take it.
oh yeah,
Yeah. Well,
he
because
set it up last
yeah.
election. He said it was rigged so that it wouldn't. I don't know what's going on, but I really think it's strange. We had so many polling places that were shut down because people were calling things in, and then you have Elon Musk overseeing the voting machines and then buying the election.
There's a saying about Trump. When Trump accuses somebody else of doing something, it means that's what he's done, is doing, or is going to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's all projection. So when he started talking about stealing an election, that's precisely what he was going to try to do. So it doesn't surprise me.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and like I said, I'm going next week overseas to look at options just to see. There are a few properties that are very interesting, and for some reason, about a year ago, I started getting fed a lot of content about life in Italy and cost of living and everything else. And once my son is 18, I have the flexibility to not be tethered to within 40 miles of where my ex-husband lives, as I have been for the last. It's the court order custody.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 12 years so far. It'll be 16 at that point, and I'll be ready for a change of scenery, at least for a vacation house.
Yes.
Are you taking your son with you?
Of course, that's why I have to wait till he's 18. I wouldn't go anywhere without him, and that's why I said at least a vacation house. It depends on where he ends up in college and, what he wants to do. But right now he's interested in archaeology, and moving to the heart of Etruscan Italy
Yeah,
would
that would be
certainly.
great.
Yep.
But you have to learn a little Italian.
You know what? There are worse things that I could have to do.
Yes, I know.
If I will cry about my Italian lessons while I'm sipping Chianti in my olive grove in Tuscany, and if that's the worst thing that's going on in my life, I can live with that.
Yeah, that's what I said about France, because my options are Canada, the UK, Ireland, or France, probably in that
Mhm.
order. But in France, the Normandy section of France, the people there would probably love. I mean, in other words, I know a lot of people there, and they'd be only too happy to have me. But my French stinks. It's very minimal. And
Pew.
No, I can say, pardon, je ne parle pas français, je suis américain.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
or in that
I know
case,
how to say Je voudrais un bouteille de vin rouge, right? Is that red wine?
well, that's the important one. Mine just means, sorry, I don't understand French.
Je voudrais. I would like un bouteille. It is bouteille, something. They understand it when you say it though, or they
Yes,
pretend to.
and if they speak English, but you try this in France,
They're
if
nice to you. If you
they're nice
speak in
to you,
English
if you give it
first,
a try,
right. If you speak English first, they want nothing. And when I go, I speak Spanish, and they're much nicer to me
Yeah.
than in English. But you know, I've been to Italy once in my life, and it was 20 years ago. This June, 20 years ago, and
Must have been very young.
yeah, I was in my mid 20s. I'm 45 2 weeks ago, but
Oh my
you know,
gosh. Okay.
it's
Birthday to you.
Happy. Oh
thank you.
yes. Happy birthday. Happy post birthday.
Happy
Yeah,
birthday to you.
But I can tell you this much from the picture that I'm looking at right there, you don't look anywhere near 45.
that was a professionally shot one of my friends that does wedding photography that messes around with everything. So um yeah, she gave me a very flattering headshot because I sent her a bunch of business. But
Well, you know something, even with the flattery, you still don't look anywhere near that. But
I appreciate that. Um, I hear that there is a great aging that goes on at 45, so let's see what happens next year.
Not necessarily if you're willing to change.
Well,
okay,
I would love to. You know, I used to work as a marketer that helped a lot of skincare companies, and I have all these anti-aging skin
Nah,
creams.
cancel that. Check out Joe Dispenza. Check out Mark. What is Mark? Mark Hyman. There's a couple of others. Even that Peter Diamensis that I was talking about. He has a whole healthcare program on top of his AI work. That's especially if you have the capital. It's interesting.
Well, if you eat the
You could
superfood,
maintain we go to a Gary Null retreat for goodness sakes. That's pretty inexpensive for you.
no, no, no,
oh,
no,
no,
no, don't do
single
that.
mom. No, I take my supplements. I, do the Manuka honey stuff, all the stuff that seems to have any kind of scientific backing.
Mm-hmm.
But what I was going to say is I've had these bottles of products that I have never used because I just don't have time. I don't have time for a 30-minute skincare regimen every morning. And when I turned 45, I went into my bathroom and I was opening the cabinet looking for something else. And I thought, I guess I'm going to have to start using these things now. Because my friend that's 2 years older than me started warning me like a year ago that there's a great aging that happens. And when you turn 45, there's something. mm, So whatever. Like I
If you're
said, I'll be in
looking
my
for a
Olive Garden.
skin cream, check out Gary Null. It's probably Gary Null's vitamin closet, but just put in Gary Null and skin cream because he was running a sale. And we're not talking about thousands of dollars here. We're talking about a couple of hundred,
Mm-hmm.
not a couple of hundred each. I think we'll just check it out. You can go to
I
Gary
definitely
Null
will.
Vitamin Closet or just put in Gary Null and skin cream and see if the sale is still on.
I definitely will. I will tell you though that the products that I have, part of the reason that they're still sitting there is because the clients that I helped were selling, I represented a company called Live Ultimate whole
Mm-hmm.
skincare, and it was beauty from the inside and out. So they sold the superfoods, and then they had the skincare products so that you were, you know, taking care of your body and your skin. And they were incredibly expensive skincare products that worked very, very well. And I didn't want to run out of them. They stopped selling the skincare products. I know who the manufacturer is. So, they're also based in Boca. I could go and order it by the tub, but I don't want to do that. And they are sitting there, so they'll get their use this year, and then I'll figure out a product that's comparable.
Excellent.
Well,
But
just
yeah.
remember one thing. Audrey Hepburn, never when she died, she was 63, of course, but she had every line a woman could possibly have in her face, and she was still gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
So don't worry about aging. It's the
Oh,
beauty and the beauty within.
yes, and part of it is that I plan on if it's possible, I would love to spend time overseas. I have my house here. Thank God it's paid off, but I'd love to spend some time overseas and just be able to travel a little bit, but hide out. I'm surrounded by people. You know the area, so you know that it's constant chaos. And to get away from that and go have a house that has some land around it, even if it's in the middle of the sticks, just to and then be close enough to Florence where I can go and get some culture for a week. Or even just go for the day, because these places are all within an hour, 2 hours drive of Florence.
Well, that seems idyllic as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I hope you can do it. Yes, I really do.
That's the goal. 4 years.
Okay, and you'll and just make sure when you go there,
There'll
you
be an open invitation. There can be a thing filmed from out there. Everybody can fly out, and there can be a live taping for going viral. The expat edition.
Yes, just as long as we can stay there
Right. I'll
permanently.
send you guys back.
Yeah, but that's a whole other
Remember to
discussion.
visit Gore Vidal's house.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
The properties they're not a few thousand. They do have the ones that are a few thousand, but those are like down in Sicily and in southern Italy. The properties in Tuscany that are in like prime areas are $30,000-$40,000 for those old stone houses.
geez.
I just bid on, we lost the auction. It was a friend and I were bidding on it in December. There was a medieval fortress slash rural castle that was owned by a country noble family. This thing was initially built in like the 13th century, and it was turned into a Leopoldine castle, 14-foot ceilings, on 4 stories, but the attic level needed a new staircase installed. So it's 4 stories, 12 bedrooms. It was like 6,000 square feet. Right outside of Cortona on the same road as Villa Bramasole from the movie Under the Tuscan Sun. Not a direct neighbor, but that's like a big tourist spot. So she was down the street a ways. And I thought, well, you can buy the castle, and, it was built into 2 units. So there was an upstairs on the top 2 floors, and then the downstairs was on the first and second, or the ground and the first floor. And, you rent out the bottom as a Airbnb, or you rent it, as an event venue. And then I know events, that's what my background is. And then you just retire and live off of those fees. You don't have to be in the sun baking, setting everything up. You just rent the space out. And this property was 23,000 euros. And
20,000 euros.
mm-hmm.
Absolutely incredible.
Mm-hmm. And if you
Absolutely.
saw the pictures, it was up on top of a hill, huge, and it was surrounded by vineyards and olive groves that weren't part of the property, but you get to look at them every day, and you make nice with the neighbors. You get some, wine or some olives. If you're the friendly neighbor, I'll bake some bread and bring it over. But it is a much different life. And then the property tax there is 1%, unless it's a historic property, and then it's lower, and it's 1% of the cadastral, or whatever the word is, value. It's not the market value of the home. So these historic homes are very good deals. And not only are they cheap, but the province of Tuscany, the city of Cortona, all these individual municipalities will give you grants of up to 35,000 euros to restore them. So, you get the property, and I think that the court document said something like 150 to 200,000 euros, including all of the paint, all of the finishes, and so you don't do it all at once, you do it over time, and you have this property that, for less than what the cost of my house in Boca with no land, no nothing in the middle of chaos is, you have this gorgeous home with peace and quiet.
And it would give you more than enough money left over to fly back to
Yeah.
Florida if you wanted.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then it's an investment, and I think that's the big thing that I'm looking for is something that can be rented out, because for now I won't be over there. So
Right.
Rent it out either as a vacation rental, or not just to the Americans but to the Europeans that all flock to Tuscany. They've so many tourists every year, and you find something that can be a destination wedding venue for intimate weddings, or a luxury Airbnb space, Airbnb, and you monetize it that way.
Well, at least it'll pay for itself, and
Right. Mm-hmm.
that's
Well, I mean, it pay for itself if the property is 20 to 30,000 euros and you can rent it out. The comps in that area are anywhere from 150 to $500 a night, depending on the size, and the large homes that can be rented out for events. The event fees are 10 to 20,000 euros. So it's going to more than pay for itself over time if it's rented out half the year, or even 3 or 4 months during the summer months, which is when wedding season is out there.
yeah, that would be great. And you could even, if you did it for one extra month, you could just pay somebody to manage it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that would be the goal, is they have property management companies all over Tuscany, and they take I think it's a percentage of what the rental fee is anytime that it's booked, and they'll go and they clean it and they flip it and take care of it for you. So I won't be there washing sheets and scrubbing toilets, but it would be a source of income. And you were talking about looking at France. There's actually a show on either Discovery or TLC, one of those, and it's about I think it's called Castle Impossible, and it's exactly the same thing. They inherited a chateau in France, and they turned it into a venue, and they're using the money from the rentals. They rent the outside, which all of these properties, when you book them, you're not allowed inside. And so they fix the facade up, and they have the lawn taken care of, and then they're going through and renovating room by room inside this castle or chateau. So it's interesting.
Yes, it is. It is very interesting. I'm just thinking, because I'm actually supposed to, well, it's about 75% sure that I'll be flying out to Normandy.
We have to leave some topics for discussion in our next meeting.
Oh, so
Right.
sorry.
So we'll leave it for that. Yes.
Yes.
But in any case, Julie, in the meantime, all the best. Happy New Year
Mucho
to you.
gusto. Mucho gusto.
Yes. Happy New Year, everybody. It was great talking to everybody.
Okay.
L'chaim.
L'chaim, right. Okay.
Shalom.